Hi guys. Oh. Oh, my fucking back hurts. Oh. I said, my fucking back hurts. I've reached that age, apparently. Miscellaneous problems.
Or your diagnosis, unspecified something. It's like, yeah, you just told me.
Yeah, we don't know, but it's something probably, maybe.
In this case, it's probably like I moved some stuff, right? It's a mild exercise, and immediately everything starts hurting.
Yep.
Oh, I gotta grab my laptop.
Sounds about right.
Here.
So, I've advanced with the rules. Not at all this week.
I've been trying to read a little bit.
Yeah, we gotta go through each part just as we sort of encounter it. Not to mention that some parts are just fucking awful to understand.
Yep. Oh, that, but it's just there's so much. There's so much of it.
Yes. Hey. And stuff. Stuff indeed. Mm-hmm. Alright, with that said, where are we actually at? You two are here. Did the others say anything?
Nope. I think I've heard
Haven't
anything
heard of
from Andres.
format yet, yeah.
Well, I'll
Yeah.
assume that they're here then, even if they're busy with the kids or whatnot.
one would hope.
Let's try to gather up all the stuff we talked about earlier. Combat.
Yeah, I was a bit wrong. You do damage. Like every weapon has their own damage bonuses to add to the general roll too.
All right.
But the basic principle is the same. You roll, the other one tries to soak, and the difference is the amount of wounds you take. And that goes to the health stat and reduction in power and stuff like that, according to health, still applies. But yeah, for example, a baseball bat could have a +2 to its damage, stuff like that.
Okay, so number of successes and +2.
I'm not sure if it was. Yeah, could have. I'm not sure. It might have been just 2 extra dice, but yeah, we need to look it up.
Let's see. We've got a chart. Action chart, extended, simple, targeting. Armor chart, combat summary chart. Stage 1, initiative. Okay, we've got a thing here. Everyone rolls initiative. I guess specify how that works. Declare actions in descending numerical order.
Yeah, initiative was weird. We check the order, but that is not the order of turns. We then each declare what we intend to do that turn. And that is locked in before we start going down the initiative order. And the first action is done in the order. And you can use willpower. You can do a willpower check to try and change what you do. Because if someone attacks you and you didn't designate an action to defense, you're not defending. You just take the hit.
Right.
And if you want to try and defend, you can use willpower to try and cancel your turn, but if you fail the check, you are too focused on doing what you do and the monster can just bash you in the head. And that's when we go to see if your stamina is enough to soak the damage.
I guess we would just need to see how that works exactly before we judge it.
And that also makes a lot of sense now that the system that you can do multiple actions in a single turn makes sense now that you try to attack and defend. So you're basically attacking defensively, so you get a negative on both your attack roll and defense roll if you have to soak something.
Yeah, but it was also weird. It was only the first action is done in order, and after that the initiative is thrown into the air and everything else just happens. Is what I took away from it. So you only do the primary action you're trying to do, like I drive a car and while I'm at it I throw a grenade. So the driving thing is checked in the initiative order. And then the grenade just happens after that, but that is not in initiative order anymore. It sounded weird, like after that it's just a jumble, whatever stuff just happens kind of thing.
Weird.
Which sounded, it sounded really, really chaotic at that point.
Though I kinda like the idea of declaring your intent at the beginning of a round, because everything is happening simultaneously, and then just see if there's a conflict, okay, the enemy tries to attack, I try to attack it, then you check the initiative between the two of you, who attacks first. That would make most sense to me with this system.
Let's try to read the sentence in detail. Everyone rolls initiative, sure. Declare actions in descending numerical order. Okay, so you declare who goes first, including multiple actions, so like attacking and defending and driving.
Yep.
Activations of hunter powers or willpower use. Really, I would think you would declare first and then roll initiative. The character with the highest initiative attempts her actions first. You may yield your turn until later in the sequence. With a successful willpower roll or expenditure of a willpower point, you can defend against an attack in exchange for your normal action. This defensive action takes place at the same time as the attack, no matter when your initiative falls.
Yeah, so if you're defending, then that is not on your turn. That happens on the attacker's turn.
Unless, of course, you declare, like, I'm defending against this attack after, the first guy says, I'm going to attack you, and then the second guy says, I'm going to defend against that.
Yeah, well, the defender's actions, the defending action is independent of the of initiative order. Like always, those actions happen when the attack happens. It sounded it was a bit weird, but
With a successful willpower point or expending willpower, your character can defend against an attack in exchange for her normal action. So explicitly defending one requires your normal action. The way it's worded just makes me think like, huh? Not a thing you can do? This defensive action takes place at the same time as the attack, no matter when your established initiative falls. And then attacks happen in order. First, unarmed close combat, dexterity. Oh wait, this isn't in order. This seems like it's in order. Some things are faster than others when the initiative ties. Unarmed close combat, dexterity brawl, armed dexterity melee, dexterity firearms, dexterity plus athletics for thrown. So you don't need brawl, melee, or firearms. You can just throw shit all day. Resolutions, you determine the damage of the inflicted attacks based on weapon type or maneuver, adding any extra dice gained from successes on the attack roll to the damage dice pool. Oh, so if you attack with, let's say, what was it? Baseball bat? Or was it? Combat maneuvers. Come on, I know there's a weapon. Here it is. Melee weapon chart. Damage, strength +1 for a club. For a club, that's strength +2, apparently. I don't know what a sap is exactly, but sure. Strength +2 for damage done, and then you add any successes on top of that. So in case of, let's say, Pex, you would have 7 melee dice. That's a fuck ton of melee damage just based on weaponry.
Yep.
And then you add any successes from dexterity melee for how accurate you hit. So, yeah, the defensive stat, even if they're defending actively or trying to soak, really is only compensated for maybe half of this max. Ranged combat, thrown weapon dexterity. It's not the best of examples, unfortunately, so I really think we're going to need to go through an example of this to try and make sense of it.
Yeah, what struck me was that some of the examples they give in the book are like, okay, it's completely natural for me to understand what they say right now, but I'm thinking of a specific weird corner case that's instantly obvious to me that how do you resolve that? And they don't. They have 3 or 4 examples and none of them address that insanely obvious problem in the system. they just ignore it, not a problem.
Not to mention the much bigger problem for me, which is here's some books that explain all this stuff. Oh, wonderful. All right, so how do I apply it? Where's the adventure or whatever equivalent book for this? And then there's just a blank stare.
Yep. That famous Finnish blank stare.
I gave you a bunch of money and spent all sorts of time on you. You have an adventure for me, right? Blank stare.
It was 1,000 mark bill, wasn't it?
Yeah. I gave you 1,000 marks. Yeah, you did. Sure.
I don't know how much is 1,000 marks. Actually, I doubt it's €1,000.
No,
No, it's like a 200.
Yeah.
Less than 200, but anyway. It's just that the guy paid like for coffee and a like bun and gave a €200 bill, and the guy's like, and here's a 200. There's like a couple of cents.
And the guy's like, I just gave you 1,000. Right?
Implying this can't be enough change. There's no way this is enough. But the blank stare just makes him doubt himself more and more. And I did give you 1,000 marks, right? Right, so funny.
See, we're going to need to keep this one on standby.
Yeah. It do be like that.
Let's see if we can find anything relating to the exact specifics of combat again in the material. Again, I don't want to get caught up in just going over rules the entire time. But if we don't spend any amount of time on it, then a bunch of stuff will just become clear when it finally is supposed to matter. Like, we can only hand wave so many things at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can wing it, like wing most of it, but it would be nice to, know
Learn
the
the
core
system.
rules. Yeah, learn the system.
Yeah, a little bit of the core rules would be nice, right? Let's see, rolling dice, yes, rating. How good you are at something, yeah. Difficulties, failures, botches. We have experience with that particular one.
Yeah.
Poor Helena. Exploded.
We never exactly determined what kind of gun she is, but there's a little ranged weapon chart here.
It was a rifle.
Oh, yes, okay, rifle. Damage 8, range 200, rate 1. Like, rate, what does that mean? How many attacks you can make in a turn?
Yes. How many? Well, yeah, it's basically a bolt loader, so 1 per. Some pistols have like up to 3 or something.
So what was the question that you were trying to figure out?
What I was trying to figure out, you mean what I put in the Discord?
Let me see the Discord.
Yeah, I asked people, because we were working out some of the kinks of exactly what kind of hunter you are. And the big pivotal point in that is, are you imbued or are you something else?
Yeah.
Imbued basically means that those little supernatural voices in the back of your head, that those guide you to do certain things.
Yeah. I think that I could be already imbued. For yeah. So based on the encounter in the prison, so
Yes.
My idea was that my character would have like basically been struggling for his life against a ghost or other like supernatural creature who was killing inmates in the prison. That like maybe there was a voice in his head who basically helped him to survive, hide, run when needed, stuff like that.
Yeah, makes a degree of.
But there was some specific combat-related thing that you were trying to just figure out.
Yes.
I just had a headset on, so I was only listening like a half.
Yes, we were talking about that just a moment ago. I believe in the Discord someone posted earlier exactly what the rules of combat are and how those are supposed to interact in various ways. And last time when we ran combat, we just sort of winged it. Ultimately,
Yeah, we did.
High rolls good, low rolls bad. Fair enough. But there are some specifics depending on what kind of weapon you use, exactly what stats go against what. And more importantly, like what actions you can and can't take in combat. Apparently, there is some rule relating to initiative and then attacking and defending. How you're supposed to use willpower for defense. To figure that out. To go over the basic rules again. Regarding multiple actions, let's see, there's a little thing on page 172, multiple actions. Your character has to act fast. Can he do two things at once? That remains to be seen, but he can certainly try. Let's say he needs to dodge around a corner while shooting at a corpse in pursuit. 2 actions, 1 turn. Both actions suffer from the attempt of trying to do them simultaneously. In order to attempt multiple actions, announce all the things you want to do, dodge and shoot, and the order in which you will roll them. The character can attempt as many feats as they want, although the more he divides his attention, the less chance he has of succeeding in any of them. Use the appropriate dice pool for the first action first. From it, however, remove a number of dice equal to the total number of actions you want your character to take that turn. 2 things at once means both have a -2. If you're doing 3 things, both get a -3. Which, considering that for many things you don't actually have that many dice, it immediately lowers your success chance quite a bit. It's the number, you remove the number of successes or the number of dice. Let me check. Remove a number of dice equal to the total number of actions. Okay, so you would roll 7 because you're super strong, then you would only roll. And dodging when you don't actually have, let's say, at least 4 dice in dodging, makes it pretty much pointless. Because you're gimping yourself far more doing the 2 things at once. Only do 2 things at once if you're good at both of them, it comes down to.
Or you're in a real desperate
Or you're really
situation.
desperate, yes, and you want to pump willpower. So you want to determine the outcome of the first action, then do the second one. and to drive-by shooting. Not only fire a weapon, but keep control over the car. Yeah, that makes sense. Driving is an action. And she wants to dodge by ducking down from the car, which is 3 actions. Yeah. Pretty good example of how that acts. Complications. That's great. That down here. The golden rule is that you control the game. You can change rules to suit your needs. Yes, thank you. I know. Well, you know, all these golden rules really mean that there should be a solid baseline rule and setting, and I don't know, adventure module, if you want me to be able to deviate from it. Just asking me to make shit up? It's not exactly a matter of deviating from the rules, now is it? And none of this includes combat. It's sort of its own thing. Game terms, yes. Oh, it just doesn't have anything on combat. Seriously?
Oh, there's no separate section on combat. You just kind of have to find it hidden in other sections.
I thought I
Like
imagined that. Like, why would there not
defensive maneuvers are on 192, for example. Well, no, combat maneuvers are on 191. I'm pretty sure I wrote that in the chat as well somewhere. But yeah, 191 are combat maneuvers.
Here we go. Yeah, and it also
There's
has
like,
soaking
you can do
and
these.
armor. Why would you not want these rules to be comprehensive?
Yeah. Okay. 189 is combat turns, which is weird that that's not in the index at all, which sounds like that's pretty big thing.
What chapter is this? Just tools of the hunt. Okay.
Yeah. I guess that's part of the system.
Different skills, different skills, different skills, and then combat systems. Yeah.
Yeah.
As the storyteller, it is your job making sure players have an accurate mental picture of the environment and events surrounding your character. It describes the setting, weather, time of day, lighting, actions of any storyteller characters involved in the scene. This responsibility is crucial in combat and situations where you need to know the dangers your character perceives and other options which may be available. During combat, the storyteller describes the changing environment each turn. Once all players have acted, the storyteller explains what each character sees and feels.
Which is usually never tell your players what their character feels.
Yeah,
that's not yours to
you feel
decide.
sad.
Yeah, that's generally that's not yours to decide.
I feel like you want to give the DM a bunch of money. During combat, storyteller describes changing environment. Once they've acted, explain the season feel. They may have access to the same information, or each one might be having their own perspective. Description should be as detailed and creative as possible. It's your job to be creative. This is the storyteller's chance to show off his narrative talents and turn a series of dice rolls into a dramatic, amusing story for the benefit of all. They're not wrong, but I can't be the only one sort of annoyed at that description.
Why are we actually reading this book and not playing just story dice?
I tried to jump to the moon. Okay, roll dice. Yay, you succeed. Clap my forearms together. Enjoy. Here's a blurb in return. The purpose of a book is to quickly communicate the basic information that a bunch of players might need to know in order to do something. So stuff like summaries and having the important information up front would really be useful, but maybe in their perception this isn't important. You know, it's less than half important, apparently. I'm not expecting this to always devolve into a fight. But when your game is hunter and you're hunting the supernatural with, you know, guns and weaponries or whatever other skills you have to deal with it, then it helps to have that on the standby. They're not going to say like, oh, I use my wits and perception to deal with this bad guy.
Yeah, at that point, the storyteller's like, well, why don't you use your actual wits and think a solution?
Yeah. Describe what you would do. Well, I don't know everything that's around here. Well, you're in an alleyway. I use the alleyway to hit the creature. No, an alleyway is like a space in between two buildings. I smish the buildings together to kill him. That
Yes, I own the alley.
I tell him to get out of my alley.
Yeah. Alley back meal.
And we're back to gazebos.
Yes. I sent my gazebo rolling down the alley to destroy my enemies.
The problem.
It's a very rabid gazebo.
The problem with giving a quote-unquote detailed description is that literally everything, if you don't describe enough, then the one or two things you describe are just obviously interactables.
Yeah.
And if you describe
I found
too
initiative.
much... Oh, yeah, okay.
Stage 1, initiative. Who gets to go first? You don't have to resort to going clockwise around the table unless it works for you. Okay, so initiative is just optional.
It's optional.
We suggest the following instead. At the beginning of each turn, all players roll one die and add the result to their initiative ratings, dexterity plus wits. Your storyteller rolls for any characters she controls in the scene. The player with the highest result acts first, followed by the others in descending order of the result. If two characters tie, the one with the higher initiative rating goes first. If both have the same initiative rating, they act simultaneously. Cool. Your character's wound penalties, page 140, subtract directly from his initiative rating. Next, all players announce their character's intended actions. Declare these proposed actions in reverse order of the initiative so that the faster characters have a chance to decide their actions based on what they hear. A fast character has the opportunity to react to a slower character's actions. During this phase, players announce any multiple actions, activating of edges, teamwork, use of willpower on conviction points, or even a delay of action to see what other events unfold. The storyteller may ask for clarification of your character's actions to paint a complete picture.
Okay.
3 possible exceptions may change the initiative order. If you choose to delay your character's action, you may act at any point after your designated place in the initiative queue. Called yielding, this option allows your character to pause and wait, allowing others to act first. You can even interrupt another, slower character's action. If two players both yield and finally decide to act at the same time, the one with the higher original initiative placement goes first. Defensive actions may also interrupt the normal stream of initiative. See Aborting Actions and Defensive Maneuvers 191. You can have your character defend herself at any time as long as you have an action left and either make a successful willpower roll or spend a willpower point. A defensive action takes place at the same time in the turn as the attack against which your character defends. You trade your normal action for the chance to protect yourself against the attack. Your character may defend herself only through the story. May defend herself only (parenthesis block, dodge, parry). Though the storyteller may decide that your character's defense action does damage to the attacker, which is possible. Finally, all multiple actions occur after everyone else has gone, no matter where your character falls in the initiative queue. If both you and another player take multiple actions, You go in the order of initiative ratings. Okay. So initiative does pay. However, multiple defensive actions taken to defend against multiple attacks occur at the same time that the attacks take place. Right. So you have to. Every attack is an action of its own. So if someone's hitting you 3 times, you defend 3 times, and not just once. This was on 189.
Is there a maximum amount of actions?
What? I
Is
guess
there a
as many
maximum
as you
amount of
have
actions?
dice,
Yeah.
added action removes from the dice pool. So
Okay, so you can split your dice pool, to be fair, or divide by
it just
3
means that
all the
overall you
time.
roll less dice each action because you have to focus on multiple things. So you kind of just reduce the amount of dice you get in your pools for each extra action taken.
Not even extra action. It was just for every action. So the first one's free, but if you even take 2 actions, you get a -2, right? Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay, so
if you
it's
take
just
3 actions, that is 3 away from every action.
Yeah.
So it is expensive, which is okay because otherwise action economy might just implode. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still not entirely sure how it works. So let's attempt to get something. Although Anders isn't here yet, but I guess we can just set something up in the meantime. I'm going to keep this ready. We are going to need it to figure it out.
Yeah.
Let's do a little hypothetical. Let's make a little space somewhere. All right, so you're here, you're here, you're here. Let's say that the 3 of you encounter, let's say, one single creature which looks like a shambling man with rotting flesh. I don't want to use the word zombie or anything that gives things a label until you yourself give things a label. Because if you use the term that is used in a booklet, that very quickly removes the mystique.
Look, a Florida man.
All right, and then once
The
you
ambulating
use
cadaver.
it becomes a Florida man.
The ambulating cadaver. Oh no.
Oh god, his flesh is rotting off his body.
That must be crocodile at work.
I'm just a drug addict. He's whispering
Yeah,
an
that's just a
incantation. Beat his
crystal meth
ass.
talking. That's just a crystal meth talking.
And for some reason, his head is hurting, and he's like, brains.
So, if we go, combat system says, summary is, come on, visit. Here we go, combat summary. Stage 1, initiative. Everyone rolls initiative, declares action in descending numerical order. Like that's already just poorly worded. Like you roll initiative, and then the lowest initiative, which will go last, declares their actions first. So let's roll initiative real quick. Of course, because this is a D10 system, do we roll a D10 for initiative?
I assume so.
I
Just
would
roll a
think
die.
so.
Yeah.
Or is it a combination of like some attributes or?
No. Roll a single die. So your initiative score, your initiative rating is your dexterity plus wits. And you roll, this is a suggestion. At the beginning of the turn, all players roll 1 die. And then you add that dice result to dex plus wit.
We're going to use that or just D10?
Yeah, that or you go clockwise around the table.
Let's use the stats so they have actually some meaning.
No, that's
And so if your result is completely identical to someone else, your turns happen at the same time. Otherwise, your dex plus weight is the tiebreaker. So the ambulating cadaver is coming, and you roll initiative, and then you start from the bottom of the list. So the slowest person tells people, or the slowest in initiative declares what they're going to do first, and you go towards the top so that the faster people can react to everything that everyone else has declared. Which also makes sense in that if the monster is before you don't know if it's going to attack you or not because you don't have the reaction for it. So if you don't then declare your defense before that, then you don't get to defend because you can't use will. I think if you can't use willpower to interrupt your turn unless it's your turn. So if you didn't declare, if the monster's turn is before you, you don't even get a chance to defend. Like once we start going from top to bottom again, or the events start unraveling, unless you preemptively declare defense, whether or not you know that it's going to attack, then that's too bad if it then decides to do so.
That sounds interesting.
Okay, I'm 10.
I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure it was in the defense that if a monster goes before you, you can't defend. But I was like, that doesn't make any sense because you would know it's going to attack. But no, because it goes from the lowest number to the highest, then you don't know what the monster's going to do if it's above you in the thing, so it gets to react to your defense and just go, nah. I'm going to do something else instead. You can also attack even if you don't have a skill for it, but at that point you just roll attribute.
Okay, I've put.
Otherwise, it's an attribute plus ability combination.
I've put a macro. If you select your character portrait, you should see a button in the top left corner that says initiative.
Unrecognized command / description.
What?
I had my token.
Because I put it in the description, which I guess I shouldn't have. How about if I do it like this? Do it instead.
Yep.
Ooh. I can't see the roll, but something happened.
Yeah, it's being added to the tracker, but it's not saying it, which is annoying.
So repeat, I click my image where?
On the table.
Here.
So
Like this guy.
That's
This is your image.
right here.
Or that one.
Yeah, I know that we didn't have traditional tokens in this sense. I can also do it for someone, but
Yeah,
okay, what do I do then?
Here.
There's a three like balls above it and like settings and one ball down.
And at the top left corner of your screen should now have initiative button next to the toolbar. Once you have that selected.
It appears there. Okay, I click it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Why am I so slow?
Well, you were in prison.
I guess I rolled 2.
Snow Leopard was fast. You just keep reinforcing your name.
I did roll a 12, then I rolled, I think, a 10, but then Han rolled a 16 for me.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I can't see the rolls.
Yeah, I mean it.
Yeah, I was trying to make it so it would roll it slightly differently, but I guess that doesn't work. So instead, I'm just going to remove this and then do it. Okay, yeah, then the character just says it. All right, that works too.
Do I click again?
Sure, just test it.
Han, what you could do is put like slash
Again,
me,
then. It's cursed.
slash me has initiative of and the roll, but then it shows the monsters' names. If you want to
Yeah, I
conceal
don't
that,
think we want
then
that.
it doesn't work.
So I think we'll just leave it as this. That's good enough. Just an initiative for a thing, and then you can see the little picture on the side. Good enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so this time for real with a working version, everyone rolls initiative.
Right.
Yeah, there's a little thing here.
Florida
How is it even possible that I wrote now 7?
What do you mean?
I'm so goddamn slow all the time.
Yep.
Do you have, I mean,
I complain.
you rolled a 3, which is lower than
Yeah,
average,
that's the
and you
problem.
have 2
I'm,
decks, 2 wits. So yeah, you're playing the slow boy.
yeah, computer hates me. Again.
No.
Computer says slow.
Wow. MPS is slow. It's a kobold. Oh, never mind.
Florida man.
Yep.
And
Wait, is it
Florida
the
man rolls initiative.
It's a mega voter.
We're missing some people. Oh, no, we are not.
And of course, it doesn't roll that because
Against
it
that.
doesn't have stats for that, because it's not linked to any sheet, because I
And
don't have
not
any
me.
sheets in
Yep.
here. Okay, so I need to add like a default in here. Right.
Or just roll a d10 and, well, I guess if there's multiple of them, then yeah.
Well, all right, there's a very easy solution for this, which is just take the same thing and for monster initiative, I'm simply going to
And then ask which
average that shit.
So it always rolls 6.
Easy peasy.
is Biz.
Generally, they are
And we could-
slower than average, but not with 0.
Yeah.
Good enough. Alright, that determines stuff. That means that once shit hits the fan, Victor is fastest, then Florida Man, then Peter, then Marcus. Which means, in this
Yes.
particular order, Marcus
We start
would
from-
need to define what he does first.
Yes.
The slow boy is going to just is there like a parry? Yeah, it is. I'm just going to basically, if the monster is attacking me or my friends, I'm going to like try to parry its attack.
Yeah, you're trying to. I mean, I think the action for that would be like getting in its way and actively trying to defend.
Being a good defender, yes.
Let's see if we can find something on the action chart that sort of relates to this stuff. Simple actions, resisting something, disarming someone, armor chart, targeting. Actions. Something.
What were you trying to do?
I'm trying to determine. He's trying to get into the way to effectively defend and absorb the blows for other people.
Well,
I think maybe that's 2 actions because you're trying to intercept it to wherever it's trying to go, and then
also that will probably work.
What?
Because also remember that the monster does his thing before Marcus has a chance to attack.
Yeah, he's
Because,
faster
well,
than you.
Yeah,
But
the
I don't know that.
declaration
I don't
goes
know
this
that.
way, but the actions unravel this way.
Yes.
So by
declaration
the
is
time the
slow
monster
start,
has done his thing, you're doing no while the striker's already gone.
pretty much.
You're the delayed Mr. President going no.
Yeah. I mean, you can still define it as such to try and defend, because as far as you know, the monster might, wait and suddenly change target or something.
That's true. The monster might delay.
Either way, it is your intention to try and intercept.
Yes.
And I think intercepting and then also defending would be 2 actions.
So I'm gonna then split my dice pool then.
Well, they both get a minus
Well,
2
you would,
penalty.
-2 to anything you do.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But do, yeah.
Let's just say intercept and defend. Or, I don't know if defend specifically, because that would imply you're getting attacked. Like something like disarming it. You're trying to run up to it and grab it so it can't properly attack. And if it does attack, you're the only one there for it to attack. Which... Either way, that's 2 things, regardless of what we exactly call it. Either way. Then Peter would be up. Second slowest.
Yep. Is it obviously supernatural? Or is it, could I...
It could very easily be a drug addict. But the voices in your head are telling you to kill it.
Uh-oh. Stupid voices. Shut up already. So I raise my weapon towards it. The gun. The shooty thingy.
Let's call it rifle, what it is for the purpose of determining. Alright?
Yep. The
then
boomstick.
Florida Man.
And
intent.
And I say my intent is to say to that ward it off. Just say no, don't come closer.
And his goal is to slash. Here's the good thing. At this point, he's the fastest, so he could now pick a target that's already decided to do something else. Now, granted, Peter has a gun. So, at this point, the logical action would be, no, kill Peter before he can fucking shoot. So...
Would make sense.
Slash Peter. Then Victor. You would see the Florida Man turn his gaze towards Peter.
Okay. And I also see I see Marcus ready to jump in, but he's maybe a bit too slow.
Mm-hmm.
Can I try and shoulder tackle Marcus to give him a kind of a kickstart to try and shove him in front of Peter? As he's going for, I see him intending, clearly he's trying to go, or he's still looking at the monster going, oh shit, that's happening, and maybe crouching a bit, and Victor's like, fuck, get over there.
Yeah, he's very slow to get to his feet, and you would see that, so...
Yeah, I try and kind of give a boost. Yes.
Or alternatively, you push Marcus in the way to protect Peter.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get Marcus like in front of him, like
he's a bookcase that you topple over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind
normally the specifics would, of course, depend on a lot of details. Shove Marcus in front of Peter. Let's roll with it as we try to determine. All right, and when that's determined, things then resolve.
Yes.
So, Marcus gets shoved. I'm going to say there's probably no contest involved.
Nah.
And there may or may not be a skill check in something like this, depending on specifics. For now, let's just say he was behind you and he just goes nudge and nudges.
Oh yeah,
Marcus
that's what Victor most likely is somewhere behind Marcus and Pex. Like he's behind the muscle wall anyway, so.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say that like whatever I'm trying to do, make the difficulty a bit higher, because I'm most likely not balanced at this moment, being pushed from my back.
Yeah,
true.
You stumble in front. Oh fuck! At which point, Florida Man. Now that Marcus is in front, like how would he? How can he react? What are the options to suddenly having the thing you're trying to do made more difficult?
I'm not sure how this works. Although characters' actions in a turn follow particular order
Maneuvers.
or initiative rolls, it is important to remember that all the combat in one turn occurs over a period of only 3 seconds. This makes events nearly simultaneous. As a result, your character may defend against attacks that occur later in the initiative queue if you announce that she intends to use multiple actions to either take both non-defensive actions and defensive one, or just defend for the entire turn. So to me, that sounds like you can't defend against an attack that comes before your turn. This differs from what would happen if you wanted to abort your regular schedule action to have your character defend against an attack, an early attack. In the case of aborting, you give up your regular action and cannot defend against subsequent attacks.
Whether or not this is completely fair, I don't know. There's some maneuvers that go into specifics on what sort of things are possible. In this particular case, there would be like the block action, and I have to imagine that that's sort of what's happening here when you get shoved in front and we're already intent on sort of intercepting it. So let's just say that the attack comes that way and you get shoved in between, and then as the slash comes down, Marcus is there instead. He was already trying to defend, which I guess in this case would be you trying to block, but because you were trying to do multiple things, you would still do that at a penalty. So I would need a dexterity plus brawl with a -2.
Okay.
That's 2 less dice, not just subtract 2 successes. Or alternatively, you just roll whatever you roll, and we remove the last 2 dice.
Okay.
But of
There's
course,
also pool mode. If I put -2, would it work?
I think it
Should
would,
be.
yes.
Let's
But
try.
that's your defense, and its attack also needs to be resolved, which
Do I make
Which
it more
defensive
difficult?
maneuver were you trying to do?
I think he's blocking. That's the only thing that fits the description. He was trying to intercept, which you can't really do unless you're either parrying with a weapon or blocking somehow.
Yeah, but true.
Either way, the creature will then roll its attack.
1 success.
1 success. Ooh, that might not be good, but it's better than nothing since it counts. That's 1 less success from Florida Man.
Yeah, and he has a
Yeah.
leather jacket which absorbs 1.
Okay, so that would be on the amount of damage -2 damage on what it's about to do. And let's just say it's attacking with some sort of claw thing, which would count in the basic weapons as a melee weapon. Let's just say a knife. So let's just say it has 2 strength plus 1 is 3 success. It's always going to do 3. So it's always going to do 1 damage. And then on top of that, whatever amount of successes. Because you have a success that absorbs 1 damage, right? Then you have a leather jacket that absorbs 2 damage. The knife was always going to do 3, so you take at least 1 damage from the knife wound at this point, plus whatever amount of successes this rolls. So, versus DC 6, we roll a bunch of dice. I should have done that versus the amount, but that's only 1 success.
And how's the rule about soaking damage with your stamina? I saw it before.
Let's go into that next. So first off, just say rolls knife, strength, 2 plus 1 plus 1 success. So as a result of this, it would be that you take 2 damage through your blocking and armor, but then you can also soak damage. However, this is a knife, so I'm not entirely sure whether or not soaking works, so let's look it up.
Stamina won't work,
soaking.
at least.
Yeah, let's see. Your character's natural resilience aids them in resisting damage under a certain circumstance, so they can soak damage. Your soak dice pool equals your character's stamina rating. You can only resist bashing damage unless you have special resistance such as armor. I don't know, does this particular armor count? Like, why would a character ever not be wearing a leather jacket?
I played with ChatGPT at the same time. I put the core rules there, and it claims that the roll, if it's like lethal damage, that knife would be that the roll would be stamina plus armor.
Well, but then again, the rules say you can't use stamina against lethal damage.
Okay, then ChatGPT might be just fucking wrong.
Yeah,
lethal. Gunshot blades and even crushing. Lethal. Under damage types, page 190. 190. Lethal. Gunshots, blades, and even crushing damage may prove instantly fatal to a character. You may not use stamina to resist lethal effects. Lethal injuries take quite a while to heal. Okay, but yeah.
It has it in lot now because it claims that, unlike mortals, the imbued humans can soak lethal damage with the stamina, even if they are not wearing armor.
Right, but this is... Well, okay, this is lethal effects, but I'm still kind of unsure what determines damage types. Like, what is lethal damage type?
And there's specifically still also aggravated damage that is supernatural damage, and that you cannot soak.
Right. It says lethal effects, which is, I guess, well, it specifies gunshots, blades, and even crushing things.
Well,
So...
here's applying damage on page 199. At the bottom of the page, your character can sustain 2 different types of damage: bashing and lethal. Bashing damage includes any wounds inflicted by blunt instruments, punches, kicks, or other similar trauma. Lethal damage comes from knives, bullets, or any type of attack that actually pierces or cuts flesh.
Yeah, and since this guy's claws are counted as knives, that would be lethal damage, which you can't use stamina for. Well, stamina is basically the endurance of your body to take a fist, but a knife still... Your skin can't really take the cut of a knife that goes through. So apparently stamina can't be used against knives. That's only if someone comes at you with a...
So the ChatGPT is just hallucinating. It's hallucinating very strongly.
Yes. Apparently.
If you give the page 100.
100 is not combat. Combat starts from 190.
My experience is ChatGPT keeps constantly defaulting to 5th edition.
Yeah,
but
or it just invents shit.
The source manual for it in the project, so it should go through that.
Page 100 is just it's a list of personality archetypes.
Yep. It has nothing to do with combat. Also something each character should probably have, because that's how you regain your willpower. Is when the GM has to remember what your personality type is and see if you act accordingly, so they can go, you have succeeded in your personality mission, here's a willpower.
I'd rather not have the GM remember everything and just
nope.
just
Storyteller needs to know your character better than you do.
Yeah.
Or just as well.
So if you do something markedly your character personality archetype stuff, we would probably be better off with just whisper to GM hey, I did a thing, can I get it?
Is that worth the willpower?
Yes.
And even then, you have people just role playing every 5 seconds. Give me willpower. Give me willpower. Give me willpower.
Yeah. Of course, don't abuse it. But,
also, I was like, which one of these is Victor? Regain will, for example, child archetype, blah blah blah. Will regain willpower when you unsullied perceptive uncover. When your unsullied perceptive uncovers an answer that more world-weary people have overlooked. Alternatively, regain willpower when you get your way through mulish stubbornness. That's are you kidding me?
How do you roleplay that? What do those words even mean?
Yeah.
Most of them are like
have you
that.
considered maybe it's Wonderland? Oh, maybe it is willpower. I don't know.
I might have found the reason for the hallucinations. I accidentally input the PDF file with the images and not with the actual like a searchable text.
Yeah. Make sure it's the
Let
one with
me-
the text you can select.
Yep, let me try again.
Or director, regain a
Yes,
point of
that's what I
willpower when
liked.
you influence a group in the completion of a difficult task.
Let's just agree
Director
with
was
each other.
good, but
Yeah, go.
Okay, now it's
Was it-
a different page, 204.
Well, that's certainly a
okay,
different
that's
page.
It still claims the same like judgment.
States of being, derangements.
Chapter 6, Laws of the Hunt.
No, 204 is Tools of the Hunt. It's Tools of the Hunt, but you get derangements.
Come on.
Nothing to do with combat here.
Multiple personalities and schizophrenia.
Yep, that's what stops knives. Your other
what would be,
personality goes, didn't happen.
one personality type I really liked was conniver. Regain willpower whenever you get someone else to do your dirty work. That's such a good one.
That would probably be Victor. Yes.
Yeah.
You just shoved someone in front of a knife.
Literally.
Get a
just
point of
that.
willpower.
Defense, no leopard. My kitten's in danger. Yeah. Anyway. Conviction's the one I'm more worried about.
Let's just agree that you get willpower as long as you play, according to your character. And I don't know what's a reason. We'll see how much we use, and then maybe you get 1 or 2 back per session as long as everyone's been role playing properly.
Yeah, once we remember what it's for,
Exactly.
which is
Well,
basically you can guarantee success,
pretty much. Yeah.
among other things.
And because it's such a valuable resource, you don't have too much, and you don't have too little.
Yeah.
Okay, so how much damage did I get?
None.
Actually, I'm pretty sure because you have leather armor that soaks 1 damage, right?
Yes.
And you rolled
One success.
one success. Really? The difficulty? Oh, you wait. What? Why does it say lose
one.
1? Oh, because it's a 1, so you lose. Yeah, okay. Yep. So 1 success. And so you have 1 success, and you have leather armor. So that, leather armor plus 1 success absorbs 2 points of damage. But the knife, by default, does strength plus 1 in damage, and then also he rolled 1 success. So he deals 4, you absorb 2.
Ooh.
Okay. And let's see. So I have here the health section.
Yeah.
So I will basically, I put, how did this go? There's a minus, there's slash, and there's an axe.
Yeah.
So,
you
first one,
lethal.
axe, so I'm hurt.
Yeah. You as many damage as you take, you mark from top to bottom,
That many
and
X's.
X's are lethal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have taken a bruised and a hurt level of lethal damage, which
Yep,
means
yep,
all
okay.
your rolls are now with a -1.
Basically, you
yes.
took a superficial slash with a knife, which will take a while to heal, but right now isn't immediately going to kill you. It'll just slightly hurt and cause you to be slightly shittier for a bit.
Yes.
Which obviously starts mattering once you need those minuses to start defending against stuff. So
Yep.
people that are hurt are a lot worse at defending themselves as well.
Surprise.
It's kind of like the bloodied rule. So, yeah.
Yes. Except this one is a compounding one.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Instead of
not,
being-
it's not a massive
creeps up on you.
50% all of a sudden.
Yeah, instead of
creeps
being
up.
garbage from the start get-go, you slowly well, it's more you slowly work towards it instead of being 50%. Pow. Now you suck.
Yeah.
Probably.
Did you read from somewhere that the armor is minus like straight away from the damage?
Yes.
Okay,
Let
yeah.
me check. Let me check. It should be down here. Armor chart. Okay. Explosives. Post combat maneuvers. Here's the thing, by the way, you posted, Miro. Health
Ooh, yeah.
chart, falling damage, fire
Ooh,
damage,
ew.
vehicle type, feats of strength. I know
Actually,
armor
take
was
one.
in here too. Action target. Oh, here it is. All the way on the left. Armor chart.
And I
Class
found
1,
the-
reinforced clothing, armor t-shirt, Kevlar vest, flak jacket, full riot gear. I am not
So
entirely
basically-
sure when it would imply you would have one or the other.
There's an optional rule that I think that ChatGPT called the optional soaking leader damage rule. So I think that was the hallucination. But I guess we are not going to use that.
Depends on what it is.
It's 196.
196. Ranged combat maneuvers.
Automatic fire.
There's a soak, and then below it optional rule soaking lethal damage
196.
of the tools of the hunt.
No, 196 is still ranged combat
I'm just
maneuvers.
gonna search for soaking lethal damage and hope for the best.
Yep.
Soak. There's 20.
Optional rule,
20
soaking lethal damage. Okay, yes, that is page 190.
I have 196, or the 6 looks a lot. Okay, maybe the 0 looks like 6.
I think I'm pretty sure. Look, if I
Yeah.
scroll
Okay.
down-
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's
The next one, 191. Yeah.
Either way, optional rule, soaking lethal damage, which is right underneath the regular soak.
Yep.
Which is right underneath damage types and initiative. So I don't know how we didn't see that one before.
Yeah.
Apparently, we're just
Normal humans. Normal
normal
humans,
humans,
okay.
including
hunters.
hunters in the world of darkness, cannot normally soak lethal damage. However, if you want your game to have bold, heroic flavor, you can let your characters soak bashing and lethal damage. The mechanics are the same for both. Roll stamina, difficulty 6, to reduce damage successes achieved against your character. Perhaps that knife stabs your character in the arm instead of in the chest, and those claws inflict flesh wound instead of disembowelment. I mean, yeah, storyteller decides whether or not it can be soaked. So let's check what soaking is first. Your character's natural resilience aids in her resisting damage under certain circumstances. Your soak dice pool equals your character's stamina rating. She can resist only bashing damage unless she has special protections such as armor, which is a very broad special protection. Many supernatural creatures may soak lethal damage, but normal humans don't have that kind of fortitude. During the resolution stage of combat, you may roll your soak dice pool, which is just your stamina rating. Roll your soak dice pool to resist damage that your character incurs from an attack. As a reflective action, so you don't need to use an action for it. It occurs automatically. Soak rolls use a difficulty number 6 unless modified. Each success you roll removes 1 of the total damage inflicted. As with damage roll, you cannot botch soak roll. Oh, that's important to know. Only fail. A Fowler eats a mouthful of zombie. Fowler eats a zombie fist. His attacker scores 2 successes. Has 4 stamina. Pretty tough as mere mortals go. Fowler's player rolls stamina versus 6 and earns 2 successes, which cancel out both levels of damage he was about to take. Story describes how it reels back, nauseated by the king hand coming anywhere near his face. Understand Butch splatters zombies all over his face. Right. It doesn't really specify the soaking part of the soaking, that particular example, but okay. So basically, when you get hit by a bashing attack, there is then an additional step where, unless I say otherwise, you can roll your stamina dice pool to see how many of those you absorb with stamina. right? Am I reading that correctly?
That's how I gather.
And 191 actually has armor.
Armor, a very important tool for hunters. Armor comes in many shapes and sizes. From a bulletproof vest to a trash can lid stuffed inside a jacket. Armor increases your soak dice pool. Add armor's rating to your character's stamina score when determining the number of dice in your pool. Armor can help protect against both bashing and lethal. Appropriate types of armor are required to resist lethal damage. Against lethal attacks, your soak dice pool consists of your armor rating alone, not your stamina and armor combined.
Okay, that went right.
Attackers may make targeting rolls to hit unprotected portions. The storyteller would then modify difficulty, typically +1 or 2. No armor is indestructible if damage is rolled in a single attack equals or exceeds double the armor's rating. The equipment is destroyed.
So my leather jacket is no more.
If the damage rolled in a single attack equals or exceeds double the armor's rating, the equipment is destroyed. Alright, and armor, let's just say it is a leather jacket, which is reinforced clothing. Fair enough, right?
Yeah.
And the armor rating is 1, but it has no penalty. In this particular case, you ended up with 4 damage heading your way, which is more than double. So doesn't this mean that armor only typically absorbs 1 hit unless you're in full riot gear? No. It needs to roll double the thing. So
yeah, it didn't roll double. It rolled 1, and the others came from bonuses.
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Still, that means that reinforced clothing is very quickly destroyed.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, it's clothing.
But I'm totally fine if we are not so heroic that we are getting supernatural ourselves.
I mean, we are supernatural already because we're imbued humans, so
Yeah, but
we're just a better kind of supernatural. Where
I'm fine with either one, to be fair.
But yeah, no stamina for lethal is fine by me.
Yeah, it seems a little weird to be like, oh yeah, I'm just a very hardy boy, so you can stab me multiple times. It's probably not the best, right? Other systems have similar aggravated damage, which...
My skin is so scabby you can't stab through it.
Oh, fuck.
Oh yeah, I played that character in D&D.
Yeah, let's actually avoid anything where a character can just tank the fuck up and absorb absolutely everything. If I stab players, they should not want to be stabbed. As opposed to, haha, you need to roll 7 20s in a row in order to deal damage to me, and then I have 100 HP. I accidentally removed initiative and was still doing stuff. Anyway, let's just say that after that happens, and Marcus gets stabbed, then it was Peter's turn, right?
Yeah, and he tried to just warn the creature off.
Shoot, get out of here. Right, roll. I mean, you tell me exactly how you do it. You try to warn the creature off by firing your gun, because that was the action you had prepared. Remember?
Well, I just said I aim at the creature as a don't come closer or something like that. Which I would actually, now that I saw the combat maneuvers, I'd rather take it as aim action, because I'm not ready to fire my weapon yet. Now I would, now that I know that the creature actually attacked us, but back in the day I didn't. and I prepared my action.
Aiming is actually not on the maneuvers table, which is... But if you spend a round aiming, you just get +1 to your dice pool whenever you actually end up firing, right?
Yes, which isn't a lot at all, considering I have a rifle which has a damage of 8.
But if that's automatic and an action, wouldn't that...
Yeah, but remember that because you declared aim, that is what you do this turn.
Mhm.
So next turn you could shoot.
Yeah, with a +1, which isn't
Yes.
a lot. But the point was to warn off, like roleplay, to warn off the creature,
Right.
not actually just start firing off.
Yeah, bang, bang, bang.
Either way, more interestingly, and before I forget, because we're bouncing all over the place in this.
Yep.
Initiative, combat summary. Stage 1, initiative, everyone rolls equivalent. Is that per round? Like, do we roll
No, that
initiative
seems to
again
be
per
the-
round?
I don't
No.
think so.
It sounded
Not a
like
problem.
that. That's just. No, at the beginning of each turn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Really?
each turn we re-roll initiative.
So we,
Oh, really?
we lose
Okay.
initiative and
Yep.
then everyone re-rolls again.
Yep.
Oh, thank God we have the macro.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted the thing.
Which is why they're like, oh, if you don't want to go in a fixed order around the table, here's how we suggest you do this. This isn't even an this is what initiative is. It's just, okay, well, here's a suggestion.
Well, aren't all of the rules a suggestion in the end? So,
Yeah, but this specifically says we suggest the
Yeah.
following instead. So even this is like, we don't actually have rules for the initiative. Here's just a way you could do it. But I guess it means that if you're the last one, you're not always just gonna suck. If you're the frontliner and you roll a shitty initiative, you're not always getting a fist in your
Right.
face before you can act.
Yeah, that's good.
So, like in this
Yeah.
case, Marcus is like, "Oh fuck, we are actually fighting." Now his fists up in place with a 13 before the monster.
Yes.
yeah. But then again, it also
That is-
it sometimes creates these weird moments where it's the monster's turn, then it's the 4 of us. Then next round, it's the 4 of us, and the monster is still at the back, and it's like,
Yes.
whoa, 8 rounds
Yeah.
or
Yep.
8 turns before me. Oh.
Either way, rolling initiative again each round, because combat is only supposed to last 3 rounds anyway before a storyteller just resolves things. So
Yeah.
That's true.
let's go with the assumption in this case that that is just something we're trying to quickly resolve. So yeah, you're aiming at Florida Man. This
Oh, yeah.
time, Peter and Marcus are actually the quickest, and Victor is the slowest, stumbling to his feet after pushing Marcus out of the way.
Yep. And as he's doing that, he's removing the still glowing cigarette from his cigarette holder and attempts to distract the monster by flicking it towards its face, hoping to
Throw
dis-
Sig at monster.
yeah, like hopefully causing it to flinch.
Right. Okay, next up, Florida Man would need to
Yes.
declare his action, which in this case would be he's currently in front of Marcus, and he is gonna keep trying to stab Marcus. Stab Marcus while babbling about.
You can't
About
read stories to kids in a dress and a
giving
wig.
back his drugs.
Give back the country.
Damn Disney not paying us our taxes.
Right, next up, Marcus would need to declare what he's trying to do. But you know at this point that someone's trying to stab you, so you could just say,
Yeah.
I try to dodge. Or,
Yeah. What if I tackle the guy?
you are faster than him, so that would certainly be an option. or disarming, tackling, I think would technically be the maneuvers for it. Let's just see if we can find something that close combat maneuvers.
Yep.
Fight, block, clinch, disarm, clinch.
And there's tackle there, strength, pop,
Yep,
roll.
tackle is there.
Tackle.
Let me do that.
Your attack suffers plus. Your character rushes your opponent in an attempt to tackle him to the ground. Your attack roll suffers a +1 difficulty modifier. If successful, strength +1 damage is inflicted. However, both combatants must roll dexterity plus athletics, difficulty 7, or suffer a knockdown. Maneuver complications, page 196. Even if your character's target succeeds at his athletic roll, he is still unbalanced and suffers a +1 difficulty to his action in the next turn.
Okay, let's go for it. I will throw with the difficulty 7.
Yes.
Here we go. 0 successes. That was a really bad roll.
Ouch.
You rush at the Florida man and just sort of bump into him,
Oh,
getting lost
you
in his
rolled.
clothing.
You rolled too soon. You were just declaring intent, not actually taking the action.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the tricky
It's
bit.
fine.
But I'm assuming Peter's actions in no way change anything.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Are you still
I mean,
taking aim?
you could just blow his head off. So.
Yep. I warned you, man.
And Martin's head goes flying.
So you deal 8 damage plus however many things. Now the question is, this guy can a monster spend a point of willpower to change its actions at this point? It probably doesn't have a lot of willpower.
But it could.
It might. So let's say it does, and it would need to make a willpower check in order to determine whether or not.
You can't defend against ranged attacks. Oh wait, you can dodge. You can dodge. You're right.
You can
But
dodge.
first, it needs to make a willpower
Oh.
check in order to see if it even can react that fast, right?
During a ranged attack, such as in a firefight, a successful defensive maneuver at least 1 yard moves at least 1 yard and ends up behind cover or prone on the ground. So if it doesn't have anything to hide behind, it has to go prone to dodge the bullet. For advice on what might happen next, see cover 196. But it's dexterity plus dodge.
Okay, and yeah. Monsters can use willpower.
Yeah.
Is it like spending willpower or do the willpower roll?
Spend.
It said either or.
No, sorry. It's because you can roll, but if you fail, you have to do what you declared.
Yeah.
You can't change it.
Okay,
So-
yeah. A bit of
However,
gamble.
if you spend a point, which is a finite resource,
Yes.
you can you lose that point, but at that point you just know I am doing this.
I'm going to
So
say
it's
that it
kinda
tries to
gamble of-
roll for it. It's going to have to roll anyway. So I'm going to roll. And what success do I need? 2 successes, or
I guess it's against his shot, which Snow Leopard didn't do yet.
The willpower roll? I don't think so.
so first.
Willpower.
Yeah, we're willpower. Okay, so first off, you shoot, and then when it tries to mitigate damage, if anything, it'll need to make a willpower to even get to dodge.
Yeah. Well, let's see how the shot goes.
Hmm.
Boom! 0 successes.
Come on,
really?
Excellent.
We suck. We really suck.
But it's not a botch, at least. It's just a fail. I don't know if it goes wide now. Guess so.
Well, you still deal the hit damage from the gun, I think. Let's try to once again
Fine.
find the rules for making an attack with a firearm. Ranged attack.
But he would still need to decide to dodge it before the roll happens.
Sure, but it's just say the stage 2 at
But yeah, I'm trying to find the rules for making a ranged attack.
Ranged combat maneuvers.
I don't think that's it.
Ranged combat. This type of armed combat involves projectiles, dexterity firearms, guns, crossbows, whatever the fuck. You know? Combat turns, initiative, attack.
Here it is. It's in 189, stage 2 attack.
Yes.
Most attacks call for a default difficulty of 6. Blah 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 blah. If you fail the roll, your character misses and does no damage. If you botch, your character not only misses but misery strikes. Perhaps the weapon jams or explodes. Well, I know how that works. The blade breaks. Your character punches a brick wall instead of her opponent, or she hits an ally or an innocent onlooker.
But what's a damage roll?
It's
Because
just
you can't
attack.
botch a damage roll. But this
What?
specifically talks about botching an attack roll.
Oh no.
Also, it says if you fail the roll, but you have a number of successes. Now, obviously, 0 is a failure. But what if you just roll 1? And 2 is generally a success, but what about just 1? You have just 1 success. Also, I was under the impression that it took the damage and then added the number of successful successes from the roll.
Yeah. Let's see.
Is that except if you...
Once you determine that the attack hits, calculate the damage your character inflicts on his opponent. The type and amount are the method of attack. All attacks have a specific damage ratings that indicate the number of dice, the damage dice pool, you roll to determine how much pain or injury your character causes. So first of all, you need to roll to hit. Then, for example,
maybe we did Knight wrong. Maybe we did, let's see. Raids, combat, maneuvers, where are the weapons? Here it is, weapon charts. No, that doesn't say damage dice, that's just damage. Indicates
Yes,
that...
but
Indicates it. No,
damage
below
dice
indicates the pool.
Indicates the damage dice pool. Firearms deliver lethal damage against mortals.
When I shoot a weapon, when Peter shoots fires a firearm, he rolls whatever the storyteller tells him to try to hit the monster. I'm guessing, I don't know what happens if only 1 success is, but 2+ is at least an actual
I guess that
hit.
just means that
And if you do hit, you then you roll whatever the dice pool under damage is, and it's usually strength plus something for melee weapons, and it's a set number for any firearms. So if I would have hit, I would have rolled now 8 dice to see if how many damage points I'm trying to do to the monster, and then the monster can try to dodge it.
For the purpose of figuring out how stuff goes, let's say you roll 1 success.
Yep.
What happens then? Because 2 is a success, higher than that is a great success. 0 is a failure, a botch is a botch. What's just having 1?
Or is it just so long as you succeed? So long as you have at least 1 success. Okay. Does defensive maneuvers, do they happen during the attack roll or the damage phase? All defensive maneuvers use the same basic. Each is treated as a separate action. If the attack rolls equal or fewer, he misses. If the attacker rolls more successes than defender, he subtracts the defender's successes from his own. Any leftovers are added to his damage. Okay. So, yeah. Sorry. I'll finish this. If the attacker rolls more successes than the defender, he subtracts the defender's successes from his own. Any leftovers are added to his damage dice. In this way, even though the defender does not prevent the attack, he reduces the amount of damage he takes from the hit.
Okay, so initially, the contest of dodge versus aim is so that you don't get hit, period. But if the successor is still successful...
You reduce the extra damage you would take from the attack based on the attack roll. Versus your
defensive
As opposed
maneuver.
to just not getting hit.
Yeah. So if you manage to completely negate the attack dice, no damage, except in certain situations, exceptions. But if there are excess damage attack dice that go over, meaning the attack succeeds, then those non-negated dice are added to the dice pool of the damage taken.
Okay, so if aiming is super good with 5 successes and dodging completely fails, then you add 5 damage to the damage.
Yep, you get
extra
5 extra
successes.
dice.
Yeah, and if
So-
it's the other way around, you have 2 successes, so you're gonna hit. Except I dodge, so I I roll 5 successes on my dodging, so you just don't hit.
Yeah, you don't hit. But if even one of those goes through, your damage pool now gets 1 extra die because that 1 die was not negated by the defender's roll to defend.
Those successes become dice, so you're okay.
Yeah. If the attacker rolls more successes than defender, he subtracts the defender's successes from his own. Any leftovers are added to his damage dice.
Okay, so
And all defender must, So you roll defense roll. Your defense roll is compared to the opponent's attack roll. If the attacker rolls equal or fewer successes, he misses. If you roll more than the defender, then you take away as many successes as you can compared to the subtract the defender's dice from the attack pool successes, and any that are not negated are added to the damage pool.
Right. So, example, I roll. What did I roll? I rolled
example,
8
you
dice.
gun
So,
and you roll 8 dice. Let's roll the 8 dice again, as if it's a success this time. Marcus runs out of the way for some reason.
Because he doesn't want to get the back of his
Bang.
head blown.
ooh,
Yeah, shotgun is
well,
allowed.
6 now.
6, yeah.
Right. And let's say
So-
that the monster
What is
then
the-
says, "Oh shit, something's coming," and dodges.
Dex plus dodge.
Plus dodge. So let's say he rolls 5d10.
He tries to throw himself down onto the ground.
Yeah. 4 success.
Ooh, nice.
So
Four.
it does still hit,
Yes,
Yeah,
and you take
it
it 2
hits.
extra dice to your damage pool.
Okay.
Yes.
and that
Two
but damage
extra.
pool, which means you roll 10d10 to determine how much damage you do.
Yeah. 10
Wait, what's your weapon?
D10.
It's a rifle, so
Rifle.
it deals 8.
Oh, wow.
Yep. It's 8 to begin with.
There's a rule that you can only dodge, like it's not applicable to this situation, but you can only dodge if the shot is on the close range. So if somebody is shooting far away, then you cannot dodge it.
But in this
Yeah,
particular
really?
case, we were all long. I mean,
Yes,
if someone is shooting you
Oh,
from
I
way
guess.
far away, you can
Yeah, where you wouldn't see them. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the problem with bullets is that they, they are faster than sound. So how do you react to that?
You're not reacting to the bullet.
Yeah.
You're reacting to someone looking as if they're about to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
So that's why if it's far away, it's just
Although Mythbusters
I'm
did a
hit.
test to see how far you have to stand so that you can actually dodge if you see someone shooting you.
And the question is that what is then like not the short range, and it seems to be dependent of the maximum range of the weapon. So it's 1/3 of the maximum range.
Yeah.
weird.
So pistol has 50 yards of maximum range, not very long. That's amazingly short, actually.
A
But, like,
rifle
it's
has 200, so what
So
is that,
divided by
75?
3, yeah.
No, what's
That actually makes no sense.
66.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, I was so far off.
Yeah, it makes no sense because like if
If you shoot me from
if you're trying
66
to-
feet of rifle range, I can dodge it, but only 15 if you're.
yeah,
Yeah.
if it's dependent on if you can see the one aiming at you, it makes no sense at all that you see people further away.
Mm-hmm.
House rule number 1. Let's just make it 15 meters for all of this.
That's probably a pretty sane way of dealing with that.
yeah.
Yeah.
What they're thinking is
Revolver only
really.
has a range of 12. Like, fuck.
Yeah, you need to stand really close to the revolver to be able to dodge that shit. That makes no sense.
Yeah, that's so dumb.
Like, if you press your gun against my chest, I still have a chance of dodging the bullet.
Well, you're not dodging the bullet. You're dodging
the shot.
the person's aim.
The intent.
Right, but still, so long as you're within the short range, which
And if the story says if the story is that you have the gun pressed up against their head, yeah, dodging's not going to be a thing then. Although you may be like, I roll to reflex roll and push it away. Yeah, all right, I guess that's dodging then.
wouldn't that be parry? You just kind of try and swat the gun away from the forehead before
That
it
is sort of
triggered?
true, I guess.
Oh, disarm.
Yeah. Either way.
But that's not a defensive menu.
So roll 10. Did you roll 10?
Yep.
D10?
There's 3. There are 3 successes.
Only 3.
Yeah, 2 ones. They kind of hurt.
Okay. Then the question is, all right, so you shoot him in the leg or something. And I don't know how much damage dice he would realistically have for this kind of damage, but I'll just assume he rolls to the ground, clutching his leg and starts screaming.
I guess in this, because it is a narrative game, so it depends. There's also, how did he dodge? How do you describe Florida Man dodging? Is he pulling behind a corner where some of the sharpnel? What is he trying to do? Like, does it catch him in the shoulder?
He did that thing on his legs where he tried shimmying really quickly to the left and to the right, like shimmy, 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 shimmy.
Okay.
And then his legs get hit and he's like, and he falls to the ground.
So he didn't try and sort of
Dive behind
throw himself
someone.
to the ground and still catch us, because that's one of the during a ranged attack such as in a fire farm, successful defender moves at least 1 yard and ends up behind a cover or prone on the ground.
He moved half a yard in this direction and then half a yard in the other direction.
Yeah. So he doesn't have to care about the complications of, oh, I'm prone now.
Well, he is prone now due to
he
being shot in the leg. So
Because prone that causes knockdown, character falls or is forced off his feet. Make a dexterity plus athletics roll to determine whether he can stand immediately. However, his initiative is reduced by 2 in the next turn. If the roll fails, your character's next action can be to rise. In case of a botch, your character falls hard or at an odd angle and suffers 1 bashing health level of damage automatically. Going prone is dangerous. You might hit your head.
Ass.
well, throwing yourself prone is dangerous. You're not laying down very carefully.
Yeah, but
You're not pressing the toggle button and just
But wasn't it?
I'm pretty sure if you dodge to prone,
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no. For advice on what might happen next. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I thought that might have the complication. No, that was a tackle, right? The tackle had that. If you try and tackle someone, you get the both have to roll athletics to avoid get a knockdown. In which case, that happened. So that was in Marcus's first attempt to tackle the guy. Had that happened, he would have had to check if he falls prone and suffers damage because he clobbered himself against someone.
Yeah. So is it a knockdown ability that you might get 1 bashing damage?
Yeah, it's tackle.
Okay.
If you try and tackle someone,
I know that,
you have to then roll a saving throw.
But knockdown is like an actual.
Well, no, tackle is your character rushes your opponent and tackle team to the ground. So tackle is the thing where you try and push them to the ground. And when you do that, if you succeed, strength plus 1 damage is inflicted. However,
both combatants, both the tackler and the tacklee, must roll a dexterity plus athletics, difficulty 7, or suffer a knockdown. So there is a chance that you go down with them, which then triggers the complication of the knockdown thing that I just read, where you have to roll to see if you can immediately stand up. If you fail, if you succeed, you suffer a -2 to your initiative. If you fail, you can use your action to get up. If you botch, you fall so hard that you take damage.
Yeah, I was just asking if it's if there's a specific knockdown rule, and yeah, it is. I found it too. So every time, whatever reason, if you get knocked down, that's what happens. Not just tackling.
It's honestly.
Oh yeah, no,
The
the knockdown was the complicated maneuver. That is an actual thing. Yeah.
It seems like there's maybe.
I thought you meant is there an ability to knock down? I was like, yeah, that's tackle. Misunderstanding, but yeah, knockdown is kind of a consequence of getting something knocking you over. It's a more dangerous know you for being prone.
Imagine if in D&D somebody shoves you down and you're like, uh-oh, time to check if I roll 1, if I fumble, I just get like 5 hits.
Yeah.
5
do I recover from this, or do I hit my head while falling prone?
Well, that's what happens here.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great rule.
Yeah, that seems...
Yep.
The amount of rules involved in this are getting weirdly complicated.
Your character may use certain maneuvers such as a sweep or tackle to knock an opponent down. Other particularly powerful attacks, a solid punch or a hit with a bashing weapon, may also knock a target flat. Your storyteller decides if a knockdown occurs in these instances. There's a lot of what would be the cinematic thing. I guess if you do a lot of damage with a fist, then the storyteller might just go, yeah, you knock him off his feet. But does he Jackie Chan himself onto the feet, or does he hit his head?
In cases where it would really matter, I have to imagine I would sort of toss a lot of these rules aside if they weren't ready at a moment's notice, especially at the start. Like I'm not gonna have like 5 different roles for one minor thing occurring.
This seems like the opposite end of some of your complaints about D&D, where it's like, I wish they had a rule for this, and then this is like,
I wish
I'm probably
they
going to
had
throw
a
this
bit more
aside if I can have it
streamlined.
immediately. Yeah.
I mean, part of it is just how it is. You need like a flow chart for this.
Yeah, and really, it's really just we're just starting. Like most of these don't come off easy yet.
Well, it's
so
fine
as
as
we
long
go
as
along,
you have like a story that you can go through. Let me just grab it real quick. Oh no!
No story. Make yourself.
Which brings me. Okay, let's move to the list of stuff I wanted to not forget and discuss. Let's just say we sort of vaguely understand better how combat works now. So we don't get stuck. First off, Anders is still not here, so...
He's also offline of Discord.
Okay,
so...
I'm gonna assume he's busy with the baby.
Or somewhere. Hero has his number.
Either way, it's not his first time being here, so... Alright, let's try to focus on the stuff. Tiny basic conduct encounter. Okay, we've got that. I wanted to discuss, or at least check, if anyone had a particular thing for their character that they wanted to go into. Maybe go into some details as to exactly what their character were doing when they got imbued. You know, whatever event caused that exactly, because I do want to have characters with very clearly defined backstories, as opposed to, I saw some shit. Now I'm here. You know, Rack's gun, let's kill some stuff. That's...
I think I wrote specifically what happened. I didn't make it a short story, but
No, and it doesn't particularly need to be a short story, but something this is big enough for some aspects to be highlighted at least. Or if someone feels like, hey, my character's still a little undefined, it doesn't need to be now, but then I want to have the opportunity at various places where we can now that we understand things a little bit better, and we feel this aspect of my character is a little lacking, then let's explore it. If not, then we can just move on and be like, all right, we'll figure it out as we go.
Yep.
All right, we take all these little bits of rules people posted and put them on the board. Okay, I believe many of those are actually the stuff that are now just at the bottom of the page.
Mm-hmm. The DM screen.
Yes. Which, by the way, I had to sort of stitch together from stuff because it just existing as a PNG is apparently too much to ask. And some
wasn't there a DM screen, GM screen, like one of the files? Or,
yes, but it was just individual pages and included a lot of stuff that was not relevant. So I had to mildly improve it. Next up, what happens at the end of the previous adventure and then the start of the new one. So, to recap the end of the last one, you guys went into a house and then you came out of a house with a new guy with you. You found the missing YouTuber magician.
Yes.
After
He's now trying to rationalize that.
Yes, as you saw some stuff in that house. Well, describe it in your own words.
Yeah. So basically, the house was an entity summoned by a sorcerer that fed on souls that it apparently, and this is conjunction, lured in by planting the key. We're not sure if there's a radius to it or something. But yeah, basically anyone who went in didn't get out. The house ate them, added them to the collection of crystal soldiers. And supposedly they were very happy to be a part of the collective. We destroyed it. Pex burnt the heart, which in turn ignited the house as the dimensional distortion collapsed. The pristine, nice house just became all rotty and burned away. We decided that instead of driving to the hotel, Victor suggested that instead of driving to the hotel right after burning the house, we go do the thing we have been kind of trying to set up, which is go camp in the nature, which is presumably the trail we've been leaving behind, that we're going camping. We take a hotel and go camping because we have a wilderness YouTuber with us, and we're just a crew. So we went camping. And the discussion that we kind of left off was, what do we do with Aaron? Some suggestions were, we drive him off to the next city and he cooks up a plot that, I was just with random girl, I disappeared, to go with a random girl. Whereas Victor is like, well, okay, but what when the cops go, who is this girl? We need to verify your story because there's now larceny or arson? Anyway, you have burned a house. Well, a house that you disappeared in has burned. And we need to verify your story with this girl. Who is she? And we have no girl. So Victor is suggesting, well, what about he just wandered in? He's been lost in the wilderness because he has been missing for a few days. And the story we got from the roadies was, gas leaks, we started hallucinating shit, we just ran away, things got hit. So Victor's suggestion is, how about we went camping, we were nowhere near the house. This guy comes wandering in through the wilderness where he's been lost for several days after whatever hit he got from the gas. And now the gas is ignited. We don't know anything about it, probably ignited. But the guy, he was in the woods all delirious when he came to a camp. He's here now.
Do you, Peter, know him? Like really know him, by the way?
No.
So you guys are not friends or anything like that?
Not friends, just a fellow YouTuber.
Okay.
Yeah, we couple
Well, then it would work because, like last time, I had the impression that we were friends, and it would be fucking suspicious if you just happened to like camp there, and then the guy like, "Oh, Peter, I haven't seen you in a while. What are you doing here?"
No, my dear Snack, no, that was just a lie we cooked up to get an easy pass to their hotel room. Is that we're doing a collab when it's just
A blatant
yeah, well,
lie.
yes. Well, of course.
Okay.
So, do you guys still want to try and cook up a girlfriend for this loser?
Well, I have some like underground contacts. I would most likely find some hooker who would be like willing to lie. But your story is just as good, to be fair.
Also,
Just we need to do some
drive to
lying.
the next town. Yeah, we would have to drive to the next town, which just leaves a trail of our car going there. Which I'm just trying to see the best lies are the little lies with at least some truth. The more you lie, the kind of more difficult it gets to.
Well, let's
lies
ask the
tend to live.
YouTuber. Let's ask the YouTuber which one are you more likely to like be good at lying about.
Which one would you pull off? Well, well, as I said, he's a magician. He should be able to distract anybody. He's an expert in human psychology, you know.
Right, but does he have fangirls around here who are ready to vouch for the police and maybe even stand trial and lie in front of a judge that, oh yes, he was putting his magic wand into my wizard sleeve, sir, and commit felony for him?
Well,
Yeah, Marcus was more about like that I don't want to like be there testifying and going back to prison. That's why I want this guy not to be connected with us at all. You can read in busy lines that was like Marcus' logic.
All eyes turn on Aaron. So, Aaron, do you think you can convince the cops that you were fucking a girl somewhere and totally not here? Or do you want to pretend that you came from the forest after having had a serious hit of whatever gases came from the stove in that house?
Aaron actually seems like he is just out of it right now. Like, he is exhausted. He has been going several sleepless nights just marching through this house. He is just gonna nod and yeah, sure, with anything you suggest to him.
Either he had the best fuck of his life, or he's still suffering from gas poisoning.
After multiple days.
Yeah. Well, we don't know how long he was there. We just know that he wandered into our camp from the wilderness.
There's maybe one information we are lacking, like how rural is this place? Is it even viable that this guy would have been like being lost in the forest for days, or is it like you're just gonna bump into building like after walking 100 meters anywhere you are?
Wasn't this like a remote small village in the middle of nowhere?
Let's see if I can check real quick.
That is a good question, though.
I'm going to say that it is a fairly small town, a few miles away from a city, and there is quite a bit of forest in the area.
Yeah.
So maybe likable. Maybe that story might like ring true if the police wouldn't give a shit of investigating.
Well, I mean, his crew is already talking about hallucinations and hallways folding in and stuff like that. And when we talked to them, I mean, just remember, girl, they were like, oh, we got probably a hit from gas leaks or something like that. So they already have a history of being totally out of it. We bring this loser in, he's out of it. He has no idea where he is. He's clearly traumatized with whatever he's seen.
Yeah.
Now, it also supports the lie that there's been a gas leak that now burnt the house down. It just takes like one spark or something. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen it on TV.
We could maybe make this a little bit believable that like we basically make a phone call now for the YouTuber saying that like you never question like what happened like this guy just like bumped into our tent and he's totally out of it.
Oh, that is so
and,
good.
and that will be evidence for what happened.
Oh, that is so good. Marcus, you take this little loser and take him into the bushes over there, just like over there. Snow Leopard, can you stage filming like the nightlife where you're totally scouting out, just trying to observe some night creatures? And this little magician just stumbles in through the forest. You're like, wait, what's that? Oh my goodness, is that the squash squatch? Or something like that. And then Marcus sends this delirious little loser in and he just wanders in and we get it on film that he stumbled into our camp, into your lap in the middle of the night. Being totally out of it. Like, what better evidence than that?
Well, I don't want to use my I don't want to use my channel for it, but I could just
You don't have
like
to put it on the channel. It goes to
yeah, just have footage of it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unless you
fine.
want to testify in the court that no, we totally burned down an ancient antique house.
Well, the problem is I need to edit a lot of footage out anyway, but I wasn't going to use it to my channel anyway, so I think it might be
just don't delete it before I have
just
time to go
okay.
through it. Yeah, just don't delete it before I have time to go through it. There were some runes there, some magic shit that I want to record. But yeah, I mean, chances are, did your camera even record any of that? I mean, Ed's footage was all fucked.
When you say that, you can see the eyes bulge. Peter's eyes bulge, and he's like, oh, I need to check that right now, and he starts.
Pictures right there over your shoulder, wanting to see if you recorded any of the arcane sigils in the house that he's so eager to get into.
Yep. I'll run to my to the truck, try to find my laptop with the storage for the material. It is wireless, so probably nothing was recorded, but I need to make sure.
That doesn't seem like it.
It's all gone.
Does the camera not have any local storage?
What kind of camera is that? Usually the backup that goes for the cloud.
The GoPro.
I have no idea how cameras actually work.
Does a GoPro not
They
have
usually
some
have
local
a
storage?
GoPro cameras probably rely on local storage. GoPro cameras primarily rely on local storage for micro SD cards, as they do not have a built-in internal storage. GoPro Quick apps also store local data on your phone, and in some cases duplicates files and potentially consuming duplicates files potentially says the AI on Google.
Yeah, so it's on an SD card, or maybe you had a USB cable just hooked up to whatever you have in your backpack. Either way, that is not reliant on some sort of radio signal.
Yeah, that would be just stupid.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be super stupid with this guy.
But that's a very difficult to set up.
How many points in intelligence does your guy have? Maybe he has another tech guy that sets stuff up for him. That sounds like he has a tech guy to set stuff up for him. Like he had just had a friend who's like, oh yeah, you hook this up here, and then you press this button to record.
Friends like, put this cable in here, and always carry this big thing. It's called a laptop. Don't worry about it. Just carry it in your backpack.
He's been recording audio with his laptop mic as it's been in his backpack all this time. Like the separate microphone he thinks he has just isn't hooked up.
Just might be.
Anyway, so the footage is actually safe. Like what happens in the house.
That's a question for the storyteller.
Yeah,
if
that
it
is a
wasn't
question for the
dependent on
storyteller.
any sort of radio signal, then yes, the footage would be safe. However, when you look back on it, I'm going to assume you open up a laptop and start taking a look.
Yep.
Yeah.
Many parts of it are distorted at times. It comes in waves. Like there's a part and you can just see it, and you're walking through what looks like a house. And then all of a sudden the footage gets all wobbly, and then you're in a different section. And it just looks like you're walking through a regular boring house. And as you're watching the footage back now, you get the same impression of confusion as to where you are that you had when you were in the building. Like, part of your brain thinks, yeah, okay, and then you forward, and then we're here. And simultaneously you think, yeah, and then that's the kitchen up ahead. No, we just came from the kitchen. Wait, where the fuck are we?
Okay.
Now, you, what I'm sure you're interested in, would try to make notes of any doors that had specific arcane sigils on them.
Yes.
And there is stuff there, and you can make notes on it.
Cool.
Nothing that immediately jumps out as something easily replicatable, since
No, but
you're
just so
fully aware there's probably
he
more stuff
he
involved,
get-
but it's definitely
he
there.
gets
you
the
can recognize.
symbols. Yeah, the symbols and sigils that he can then try and make research on. He's not trying to replicate the house. Just go, that's a symbol, that's a symbol, that's a symbol, and try and kind of draw them out and
Yes.
sort of. I can look into this more.
Give me an intelligence and perception check to just see how much you write down on it.
Well, intelligence and perception are both attributes.
Oh, sorry.
Intelligence or occult?
Intelligence
perception occult?
Intelligence occult is fun.
Okay, cool. That's 60, 10.
That's one success, two success. So two successes. All right, you write down an amount. It's funny how sometimes people roll that many dice and still only have two successes.
Yep.
Or earlier, just, yeah, so 7 dice, 0 successes. Being lucky is definitely a skill.
Yes.
Either way, roll it down as like an item in your inventory.
Yep.
With that sorted, yeah, Aaron falls asleep. I was like, whatever, exhausted.
No, you can't fall asleep yet, darling. No. Smack.
He gets annoyed
So,
and starts whining.
So, Leopard dear, kitten, I think you should probably remove that evidence. I've taken notes that I need. We don't need that. We just need video footage of you filming the night, and then this loser just walking into the camp. Without that,
Okay.
we have nothing to support our story over us burning the fucking house down.
Well, you can see he drags all of the files to the trash can.
Empty the trash can, please.
You
really
the
got
trash can already had some. The icon was that there was already stuff there
Yeah.
when he dragged it in.
Okay, darling. Okay, kitten. You just go like this, and he grabs your hand and goes. You put it over here.
Oh,
you
hey.
right click. You press here,
What's right click?
and then you go.
He has one of those
No,
Apple
it-
mice with only one button.
Yeah, like yeah, indeed, the Apple one.
Oh my god! Why didn't you use a real computer?
What, yeah.
Why do you use Apple shit? Okay, and
Hey,
he's
they
still holding
told-
onto your hand as he's trying to get a right click to the empty trash can. I was like,
Hey, they told me that Apple is the best thing for editing software, man.
girl,
uh,
it's a good thing you're fucking cute.
I brush
least you got
your
that going
hand
for
off, or if you resist, like actually.
No,
just take-
he lets
take
you.
it.
He's like, okay, kitten, okay, just do it yourself,
So
as long as
what
you
was it?
actually make that stuff go away.
What was it? Click here.
Where's
Anyway,
the-
takes some time, but
He hovers over
We'll
like
get there.
his hard drive and the format button.
Yeah.
hmm.
You're so fucking lucky you're cute. That's all I'm saying, man. You're just so fucking lucky you're cute. At least you got that going for you.
What's Marcus doing in the meantime?
I think that at this point, like, I have started the fire.
Okay, you're not paying attention to what's happening here at all, then, right?
No, not much. They're like bickering, and I'm just like, I need a cup of good coffee. Like, I'm just making a fire.
All right. As a minor thing, Victor, give me a check to just see if you may or may not realize something. Give me wits and some sort of insight.
Intuition?
Yes, wits, intuition.
Okay. Is this about me or us using the cigarette holder to light the
No.
fire?
No, it's about
okay, good.
Peter.
Okay, good. Well, then forget what I said. But us using the cigarette lighter or the cigarette holder to light the fire, which may or may not melt in that fire.
Maybe, but who knows?
Okay. We'll see. Oh, right. We have these handy little buttons.
Like what started
wait,
this fire? Oh, this is clearly started by gasoline and this cigarette thing.
Yeah,
Has
and who has
anyone
been going
seen that
around
in
with
town?
yes,
The one guy.
those strangers arrived, and one of them made some noise. Okay, difficulty 6.
That one you get for free. But yes.
Okay, 3 successes.
3 successes. You have a thought in your head. If Peter is actually this unintelligent and someone set up all the other stuff for him, like how is his stuff getting uploaded to YouTube?
Oh fuck. Darling, can I see your laptop a little bit?
Why?
Just don't ask questions, darling. That's not your forte, okay?
No.
I think you've already uploaded this to YouTube. I think you have an automatic. Do you edit your videos
No.
in any way?
Yeah, of course I do. Don't you remember? Like bleeped names and stuff.
Who does that for you?
In the YouTube editing studio.
Yeah.
Who does that for you?
Well, Mike, of course.
And how does Mike get the footage?
We see like, I don't know, a couple times a week.
Okay, so you hand the footage over to Mike. It doesn't get sent to him.
No. It's much more personal that way. We keep a good business relationship that way.
You don't have a
With each
folder where the files get put and they
No.
just automatically upload whenever
Darling,
you
just-
have Wi-Fi.
Girl,
No.
just okay. So this is the storyteller to Miro. No, okay.
I think this is Miro to storyteller saying like, no, he wouldn't have that.
Okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah,
I was
because
pretty
Victor,
certain he would probably have something like that because he himself is so tech illiterate that the editor wouldn't trust him to manually secure those files every time. So they would just upload whenever they're done. Like, yeah, footage uploaded and go.
That was a good
And
idea.
editor
But,
would have the axe for the account as well.
yeah.
but the thing is, his creed is defender, and he tries to keep the wool on the lamb's eyes, over the lamb's eyes. So even if he's dumb in some things, he would take like extra steps to carefully maneuver around civilians being
Okay.
exposed to this.
Okay.
So in case there's footage of a fucking werewolf, you're like, that doesn't go to Mike.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what he was saying earlier, like when last session people were saying something like, just upload this to the channel. And he's like, what would that accomplish? Are you trying to recruit new hunters? Why would I expose this to the civilians?
You know what? I'm surprised you're that smart.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe you're not as dumb as you. Well, you get my point. So you're saying none of this is uploaded? Like you hand that card to your friend?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Next time
Nothing
it's gonna
goes
be-
automatically.
No. Next time it's this card, and of course the next time he hands me the other one, and it's
Okay,
not gonna be the same card every time.
good. I'm just checking because
It's just what
I
kind
was
of
afraid-
interrogation is this?
They have the one SD card that they swap back and forth, and he can't record
It's
until
making
he gets it
sure-
back.
It's making sure, Kitten, that you didn't just upload your video to YouTube automatically the moment we got out of that house.
Oh, of course not. That would be stupid. You have to.
Well,
like,
I mean, it would
doesn't
cut
even
a lot
have
of
the
travel
intro,
costs.
and it doesn't even,
Yeah, that's why you have the editor. You might also just go straight to your editor's inbox. Or whatever Dropbox you might have. Like, you don't have to go to him. It just uploads to the cloud. He takes it from there, edits it, and uploads it to the YouTube.
Okay,
Saves you
okay,
travel
okay.
costs.
I'll take your word for it. It could be possible, maybe made. Sounds difficult, but anyway, I'm not paying for any extra like processes or anything, you know?
I don't think those would cost any extra. But okay, but the point is, you don't do that.
No.
You hand it over to him.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Now,
Great.
And
You
I will
think I'm
give you both
stupid?
cup of coffee at this point.
now,
Cup of steaming coffee.
because you're being prompted by this, Peter, give me intuition.
Wit's intuition.
Sure, what's intuition?
What kind of an asshole is Victor?
2.
2. You realize that Victor is just pushing you to be sure about this, and you start thinking about stuff in your mind. And Mike did set up a bunch of your tech stuff. And in the past, he was actually really annoyed that you would give him stuff in like the wrong format or late, or and that he did say something like, "Oh, auto upload process." So now you're thinking, wait a second. Mike has not been bitching about that for quite a long time, and just been doing all the stuff really quick. Maybe Mike did set up something like that.
Okay. I'm not gonna concern Victor about that. I'm just gonna give a quick, as soon as possible. I'll give a quick WhatsApp call over to Mike.
You walk away
just
from the
making
camp
sure.
a bit.
Yeah, just making sure no extra auto uploads.
Okay.
were set.
Can I sneak after him as I see him subtly just
You're trying to keep it tracking from a distance. Oh
Yeah.
You push the big mic button on your WhatsApp, which is a picture of Mike's face. The WhatsApp rings, or ring, 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 whatever ringtone you have for this. And it goes, and
The
it gets
default.
answered like, oh, hey man, just got the new footage in the cloud here, looking good. Yeah, I'm already working on it. Did you have any special wishes for it?
Wait. Hey, you didn't say. This was supposed to be done with the card, remember?
Yeah, sure. The card for the high quality footage, right?
Yeah. And
Of
I'm
course,
asking.
Of course, right.
This is one of those, Stacy situations. I don't want to. It has some sensitive material in it, man. Just
do you
don't
pull
watch
the
it, man.
Stacy again? We had a talk about that. You can't just leave incidents like that lying around.
I know.
What if he doxes you?
Don't threaten me like that,
do
man.
I need to contact the lawyers?
No, nothing like that. But I'm just saying, the material isn't good to watch. Just save me some space, man. And
What do you mean not good to
just
watch?
don't watch it.
Not
just
good to
don't-
watch for me? Don't you trust me,
Yeah.
dude? Peter, come on.
Are you that interested in seeing? Please just don't.
What do you mean,
watch that one.
What do you mean, ooh? I have seen you wade through a river of liquid shit. What could possibly be worse? Wait, have you been using company property to, like, film your own personal little private escapades? Because if so, like...
Dude, it
thought
was
way
an
better of
accident.
you.
Yeah,
How is that an
I know.
accident? I know you don't press record accidentally.
No, but sometimes I just forget to stop recording.
Uh-huh.
Look, one thing led to another, and there's some sensitive stuff in that material. Just don't watch it, please.
Okay, now give me a persuasion, which I guess is manipulation and
Empathy.
Yeah, manipulation, empathy. Try to really make him feel for your situation so that he doesn't get curious and think like, well, I'll just take a quick little look.
Well,
Well, boy.
I don't
Tell him
have
that
manipulation.
he's gonna be fired if he does.
Don't all stats have one? Do you have one in manipulation? So.
Yeah, indeed. That is it.
Wow, you are the most honest guy ever.
Manipulate.
It's just going to be so glued to you.
Hey, I succeeded.
Excellent.
He might be left a little suspicious, but at least I'm trying to be convinced.
Yes. Well, Mike, at the very least, sounds like he's taking you seriously. When you're like, oh, please. Fine. Whatever. It's not something I need to work on. I'm taking the rest of the day off then.
Ah, great. But the channel's running normal, right? I had like 3 days worth of footage there.
Yeah, I already took care of that a few days ago. I was just expecting you to have more stuff today so I could work on that and then take the other days off.
Well, yeah, but well,
I edit
thing
for
came
other
up.
people too, you know. You know, you're not the only one who then occasionally gives me stuff and demands it gets sorted all on the same day.
Okay.
Why can't you
Sure,
learn to
man.
schedule your videos like some big name YouTubers? You know,
Like what?
Markiplier. I
Yeah,
know you
there's
hate
the
it
M
when I
word. There's
bring
the
him up.
fucking M word again. Holy shit, man. You're always on my ass with
He
that,
never
dude.
treated me like this.
I hate it. You know what? Sure. I'll do better next time.
Just schedule your stuff like a week ahead of time and tell me what the script is like more than 5 minutes before you upload.
I'll try. I think I might have scheduled. My crew. Yeah. I'll fix it next week at the latest.
Hey, you're gonna try, right? Promise me you'll try.
I will.
Okay. All right.
Right.
I have other stuff to do. Good luck. Just let me know when it's ready. It's
Sure.
your channel. You know.
Yeah.
All right. Talk later then. And he
Later,
doesn't.
dude.
He doesn't wait for a reply. He just
Yeah.
hangs up.
Fuck, I tried to stay in character, but I was just enjoying it too much. I just started laughing.
That was good. As you turn around, you see Victor not far away. He doesn't have a cigarette holder, but he's stuck a stick through a cigarette, so he doesn't have to hold it in his hand. He goes, "Trouble in paradise, kitten."
Hey, oh, ouch! Come on, it's not cool sneaking around.
Darling,
Got
you
it.
can't be poor and not know how to sneak around. So there was footage sent.
Well,
Told
it
you.
wasn't not like I wanted it. It's just my editor. He's a bit of a stickler for.
Yeah, you can
I
thank
don't
me
know.
later.
I think it's. What was it called? Forms? Something like you
Sure.
don't have forms, right?
Formats, I believe is the word.
Yeah.
I imagine
That's the one.
Peter
I was
shows
wondering.
Up, yeah, I imagine Peter just shows up with the disc, hands it to him, and then insists that the video is fully edited, on YouTube that same night. So Mike has just learned to have him auto-upload to like some Google Drive when he's busy, and then he'll just grab it from there so he can start working on it and know what he's dealing with, so that he can be like, yeah, tonight, totally, you pay me for a rush job, okay.
Yep.
You've been paying Mike extra all this time.
Kitten, you're a YouTuber, and you don't know this. I know this, and I can barely afford a shitty laptop.
Well, it's not. See, I've already made it this
Like I
far.
said,
Why?
you're so fucking lucky you're that cute.
I don't know what
Just
that
don't
even
rely
means,
on
man. Just that's a.
It
that's
means you're
bad
prettier
vibe.
than you're smarter. It means you're
Come
quickly a little
on.
smarter. But dude, looks fade. I'm just saying that. Looks fade. Might want to start learning these things. Anyway, you can thank me later. So I assume the footage is gone. There's no evidence of our little escapade in the house.
I'll make sure it's actually completely gone when I get to Pete. But yeah, he promised not
No.
to watch it.
Kitten, it needs to be gone before we give the tapes to the cops. They're gonna start digging in right away. Who do you think they're gonna go? They're gonna go to your editor who has all the footage. When they look through your laptop and go, oh, this shit sends everything to someone. The source needs to be gone before tomorrow morning.
But I could. Can't I just cancel that then? They
Do
can't
you know
see it.
how?
Well, you seem to. So.
I have no fucking clue. I just know that it's a concept that can happen.
Oh come on! Now you're just pulling my fucking leg.
There's something I'd like to pull, but I mean, he needs to remove it from wherever it goes. Anyway, we got a more important thing to do, okay, girl? We need to set up this whole thing. How long would you say, as a professional, would it be plausible for you to film like 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour? Like, how much long would you film the nightlife before it would be believable for a guy to stumble in the middle of ass and fucking nowhere?
Let's see. I would need to do this and that.
Are you actually like a speaking where I can hear you?
I think they are, yes.
Yeah.
Like Marcus just like mentioning there, like finishing the coffee, that like remember that all those devices have timestamps.
Yeah. So we gotta set things up. Like, it's nighttime. He's setting up his night stream, his night stakeout shit. Okay.
But it could be oh wait, I can't remember. Well, it could be lucky because you could just start filming and he happens to be
No.
there. Dudes, it happens. It totally happens. I remember this one time I was in Pattaya and just completely. I was not talking about, how there are tigers in the wild. There was one.
And then Stacey walks in.
Scared the shit out of me.
Right, but we're not talking about a tiger, darling. We're talking about a guy.
Yeah.
Who is probably
guy?
suspect of arsony. Burning down a building. And we're trying to play him off like he's whacked out of his mind from gases or whatever. So if we just put the camera on and he walks in like in a movie, we need a bit of boring in before. Let's say 45 minutes of you just filming and being your usual gruff, sexy nature self. And then Marcus, at that point, you sent our little lostling walking in from the bushes, just ruffle him up a bit, just shit into his clothes, sticks into his hair, that make him look filthy as fuck. And then you send him walk in, and then Kitten, you make a big performance out of it, like, oh my god, what's that? Is it Squatch or whatever you would be looking at this? And a place like this, and then Aaron walks in, he's already looking tired as fuck, his brain is blown out from being exposed to all that shit. It'll be believable, he looks out of his mind, he's tired, he's grumpy, he's very unhappy, and he's filthy as fuck. And we have something to give to the cops. You have no pictures of the house anywhere. Your little editor friend's going to delete all of that shit because you're going to give him a call right after that. And, yeah.
Well, I just rolled wits intuition for my character. And he's like, wait a moment. Couldn't I just... it would be like that time in the... I can't remember. It was a rainforest of sorts. I just set up the camera to capture some wildlife footage. So why not just have that instead of me talking 45 minutes for no fucking reason?
Oh, you don't have to talk for 45 minutes.
No. But it could be just the first footage I started recording, and he just happens to stumble on the first recording after 45 minutes of nothing. right?
Sure. He puts a hand on your pectoral and goes, "Baby,
Hey,
just
get your hands off me, man. What's
Just
with
ma-
you and your handsiness? Ugh.
just make it believable, darling. Just make it believable." That's all I'm asking, because this shit's going to the cops, and it needs to be perfect. Otherwise, we are gonna sit in jail for burning that little shit down. Okay?
Well,
Great.
all I'm
You're
saying,
the
I
show,
can just-
man. You do the show.
all I'm saying, I have the what's it prerequisite earlier video that it actually happened before, so I could just go like, well,
Sure.
sometimes this happens.
Just make this not seem like we set it up, okay?
Well, that's
do that?
easy.
I was thinking a little bit, says Marcus there, like while we were talking
Well, that's-
about that how to actually hide our tracks, and like I guess we all have our cell phones, right? Are they on?
Yeah.
So basically, if the
Sure.
cops give a crap, they can track each of our cell phone approximately 5 kilometers from the location we are on to the nearest like a tower. But luckily, this is very rural place, and I think that those like operator towers are quite far in between. But
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that they can dig up where his cell phone is, and I point out to the guy. But it could, of course, be dropped somewhere here. And
Well,
that
yeah,
it
just-
actually
just-
supports the story.
No, go on, go on. It's a great idea. I mean, you're a thief, right? I mean, you were in jail and all that shit.
I'm looking very like upset. Like I'm not thief.
Uh-huh. But you were in prison, right? Like you're used to taking things that aren't yours or beating people. Anyway, can't you just? He looks at Aaron. Is Aaron sleeping?
Yes, he would be exhausted and sleeping at this point.
Right. So you can just sneak his phone before we wake him up, and just throw it in a pot. Oh, but they'll look at the puddles. You know what? Just smash it with a rock and give it to him. Just break it. I mean, if what you say is true, the information's already out there on the tower.
It's already out there. Yes.
Right, so whether he has his phone or not is whatever. But you smash his phone, okay? You smash his phone. That's why he didn't call anyone for help. Well, that's why he wandered so long in the woods, because his phone broke, okay? There was no way for him to navigate. And that's why it took him like 2 or 3 days to get to us.
Yeah, as I said, it's like quite wide range. Let
Yeah,
me get rid of
exactly.
the phone. Get it somewhere.
Not rid of. Just break it. Just smash it with a fucking stone so it doesn't work. Okay, make it look like it fell or he fell on top of it or something so that it broke. Drop it in the water or something. Just fuck it up.
I will just basically drop it in a puddle of water.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
step on it.
What's the most likely way for a phone to get destroyed in the wilderness?
I know this. I know this. You
Well
drop
done.
it on from high up to something like hard.
I want to know
I
how
look
much
around. Does it look like there are high ups in here?
I mean, there's trees, and there's hills. There's at least a hill. And
But is
phones-
there a steep cliff that would break a phone?
I'm gonna say no, probably not. This is the hillside
Probably
at
not,
max.
yeah.
But
Okay,
even then,
kitten,
you
next.
can just drop your phone on a road without a protector and have the screen shattered. So
Yeah, but it needs to be like
That
well-
means nothing.
Yeah, what
Yes.
Victor's going for is that it's broken so that he couldn't use it to navigate. Like a broken screen is one thing, but
well,
dysfunctional.
you realize there's a road
Yeah.
nearby, and at the very least, you understand like, oh, what if a car just drives over it a few times?
Yeah, but it needs to be plausible for an explanation as to why he didn't emerge into civilization before that. A road you can follow and get seen. But yeah, we go with puddles. So because like, okay, so no high cliffs. Very good job, kitten. That's a very good suggestion if we're in the mountain range.
Drop it from
Okay,
here.
the cell phone
Marcus'
stops
suggestion.
basically like sending signal at this point. The problem is that like it actually has the timing, so it would make actually sense to break the glass in a way that he cannot use it. Let's do that. It's still sending, but he cannot use the touchscreen because it's so fucking broken. And then
That's
we
a good
put it back on his pocket, and let's do the rest of your story. Basically, you are ready to film, like a new bluff piece, and then as a continuous shot, I will track the guy on the bushes, and then he will stumble from there, like looking like he's been like crawling for hours in the forest.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I just
Yeah, please say.
there's just one thing that I need to make sure. Did you just say the police can just track you wherever you are? Is that legal?
Yeah.
No, it is totally legal, but they just need to have a basically suspect you to get the warrant.
And this little fucker was last seen missing in their house. The house is now on fire. So obviously they're going to start investigating who burned the fucking house down. And that's why we're camping here instead of at the hotel, so that we have an alibi as to why we were totally not in the house we scouted out before, and we were totally not the people who burned it down, and neither was Aaron. Otherwise, one of us is going to get in deep shit. Okay?
Yeah, but we also in hurry because like that data is being uploaded all the time, so we need to do the filming now.
We'll get to it then.
Oh,
You handle the phone, you get the little shit into the bushes. Kitten, you put your filming shit on. Just try not to really take the camping, okay? Because this gorgeousness, and he gestures to you inside of himself, doesn't look like he camps, okay? Although, in the hotel, I said I'm your assistant, so I guess you dragged me into this wilderness. I can just look incredibly bored. I guess that would work.
And mental note, the next time we hunt, we all turn off our phones. Okay?
That's a very good suggestion. At least next time we're about to burn a fucking house.
Yes. So next up is you guys recording this scene of as soon as Aaron catches a little bit of his energy. Marcus drags him into the woods.
Breaks his
And I'm
phone.
like we need to do this. This is to like make sure that you don't go to prison.
Yeah, you're gonna go to jail for arson.
Endure this and walk on the fire, stumble even more than you do now. No need to speak anything. Just like basically go to Peter and sit down. That's enough.
He mumbles and stumbles and is like, back to the house.
Do you mess him up anywhere? In any way?
I do like some grass on his hair, some mud on his face, mud on his like hands, and especially on his knees, like he's crawling and
Clothes
falling.
just make him roll on the ground to look like he's literally been through the forest for 3 days.
Yeah, I will rip his shirt a little bit. I have subterfuge 3, so I think I should be able
That's
to
fine.
do this.
You just do this automatically.
Yep.
You spend some time and just try to make it convincing. Next up, describe the scene. Okay, Peter and Victor are filming. You are manipulating Aaron behind the scenes. You're trying to coach him. You're trying to make sure he doesn't fuck up. Describe what you're doing to manipulate him to act proper, besides the subterfuge and the mud.
Let's make it as easy as possible. Just crawl there and say help, and that's enough. Nothing else.
Just help?
Yes. And Luke, you've been lost in the forest or in a haunted mansion for 3 days. Should be easy for you.
Yeah, well, I was.
Yeah, let's do this and let's not go to prison. Let's be convincing.
Right.
And then you can go to sleep. I promise.
Wait, why would they want to put me in prison?
Because we were all inside the house that burned down, and that house most likely cost $1 million.
I don't think anyone lived there, though. I think it's been abandoned
Thank God.
for years.
Thank God. Let's still do this. I don't even want to pay fines. Let us do this.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to make sure. Yeah.
Okay. He stumbles over in the direction of the camp and starts doing what, like you said, like just going, help, help. His acting is mediocre at best, but he's doing what you asked.
The shot is it's basically a wildlife camera aimed at a tree, basically, and this the guy we saved, can't remember the name again.
Aaron.
Just Aaron. Yeah. He stumbles in front of the camera and like how do you say it? Like through the view, but not like goes behind the camera. I can't say it in English for some reason now. But anyway, he walks past the camera and then as he says like something like help, there's a commotion, like people start running, like what was that? Hey, what the heck? And then the camera is picked up with the tripod and everything, and just like Peter going like, holy shit, can you see? Oh, what the heck? And he turns around and like films the back of Aaron, like as he's just.
You can imagine the editing already in your head as a whole bunch of red circles and arrows start appearing in your mind where it's pointing.
Yeah. Yep. And it's very Blair Witch Project-y.
Yeah,
and,
you put the camera in your own face, like, oh my god, guys, did you see it?
There's a young man wandering around in the woods.
It's so scary. I'm so scared right now, guys. I think
no,
the ghost
not like
might have wandered into our camp.
It's just him like aiming at Erin, and then like the first person view you could imagine, a hand comes from behind the camera as it's Peter's hand who like taps Erin on the shoulder. Hey man, are you all right? Stuff like this, very, very dramatic and performatic.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, pretty much exactly like you would expect. Aaron just stumbled in that direction. Although after he stumbles in yelling for help, after a while he will sort of seem like he doesn't really know what to do anymore. So he just sort of sits down and looks at you expectantly.
I'm like waving the cup like a signal, like behind somewhere, knowing that it's still was like auto uploading the film.
True. It might be.
From behind the camera somewhere comes Victor's voice like, "Sir, isn't that the young magician who went missing a few days ago? Like, we saw his film crew at that crummy hotel, right?"
Are you filming Aaron right now as this discussion is happening? Where's the camera aimed?
Yeah. Maybe. Oh no. Yeah. In the heat of the moment, despite the direction given by Victor, he just turns to toward the voice. Like,
yeah,
isn't that just like? Oh,
Victor
just
will have.
might be.
Victor will have shed his jacket, so he just has a black T-shirt. His hair looks messy, like he's tousled his hair so it doesn't look styled. It looks more like he hasn't maybe like there's still gel in it, but it looks messy, like he hasn't maybe washed it for a few days of moving camping or whatever.
Right.
Like he thinks back to his time when his dad forced him to go to camping, and that's not a time when you're tidy or you look stylish. That's the sweaty, ugly, annoying time. So he looks frustrated as fuck to be here. His hair isn't the style that he's used to when he's among civilization. He doesn't wear his stylish jacket, and he looks pissed off. And he's like, "Isn't that the kid that went missing like a few days ago? We saw his crew being all gas attack in the hotel, right? I think he's been wandering around this place for like 3 days."
Holy shit! I turn around the camera toward Erin, and I'm like, "Hey, Erin, is it you?" And I mouth to him very enunciantly, "Say yes."
Aaron had a look of more confusion than anything, as if like, what exactly is happening? As he was staring at Victor. Then he looks at you, and it takes like half a second too long, and he just said, "Yes, yes."
Then I cut it. Okay, I think that cuts it. Yeah, that was good. Hey, Erin, almost perfect.
I'm used to working with like a script.
Well,
I'm not good at improv.
you know, oh goodness, your stuff is scripted.
Your confused as fuck face was more than enough. You look like you have no fucking clue where you were, no fucking clue what's happening. You're filthy as fuck. Yeah, it was
Sorry about
perfect.
that.
I mean,
All right, sure. Well, I'll trust
let's
you
just
guys
hope
on
you don't
this.
go to jail for burning a fucking old house that's an antique and heritage, whatever, of this area.
I hope so too. And he falls down flat on the grass, exhausted again.
See, you should have gotten that to the tape. You cut it too early. It's fine. It's fine.
Let's get him to the rest. He has earned it.
I mean,
Marcus will
arguable, but okay.
basically pick him up and like take him to the tent to sleep.
So you can take him to the tent and you can finish up for the night unless there's anything else in particular that you're like, oh, I definitely do this or that. Otherwise, we probably move on.
Yep.
Victor comes to Peter and goes, I want that fucking grilled sausage. I'm not going fucking to sleep before we grill
what?
sausages. Well, we said we bought sausages.
We have sausages,
Oh,
yes.
actual
Grilled
sausages.
sausages.
Sorry, I'm just
Yeah,
used to you speaking
exactly.
in metaphors.
No. Actually, no. You see Victor coming to you and says, dude, I want that fucking grilled sausage. I'm not going to bed. I'm not going anywhere until we grill sausages. That's the one good fucking thing about camping is sausage. So
There's
get those
fire
things out.
and there's also hot coffee. So just let's do the sausages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and at the same time, if the police ask any questions, we need to get our story straight.
Yeah.
What stories? We were camping for this guy's film and this little loser.
Yeah, maybe easy questions. Why the fuck are we here camping? Why just here?
He's a wilderness YouTuber.
What is so special in here?
It's wilderness.
I think somebody might want to know more. Is there something special here? Some special animals? Some special terrain?
Yeah. Let me do some research. He's about to take out his phone and start actually
No.
googling stuff.
Maybe some bird that is rare in the
And he
only
Googles,
found in
why
here.
the fuck would anyone camp in Norfolk, Virginia?
As you're about to take your phone out, Victor's hand comes to your wrist and goes, no phones, okay? You're not Googling that here. That leaves a trail.
Then, how am I supposed to know what's in here?
Well, that's what you came here to find out, dingus. You don't know. It's a middle in the ass end of nowhere village town. You came here to see what there is.
There was
Okay,
nothing
wanted
on
a more-
Wikipedia about this place. There must be something they're hiding.
Yeah, you wanted a more down low night camping stream. You know.
No, wait.
I mean,
out of character.
Yeah.
Out of character. Does anybody have occult? And they might actually
I
know
do.
some folklore about this area.
Okay. Can Victor, because Victor has occult, he is into that shit. Can Victor roll if there are any legends or any, I don't know, Sasquatches, whatever
Sasquatch always good.
that could be placed into this area or an area like this that he might be into looking?
Sure, roll the occult thing.
Okay, intelligence occult. Okay, let's see. That's a 6, 6, 7, and a 9.
That's
4
good.
successes.
4 successes. So, yes, you are familiar with quite a lot of the creatures that are, I believe this is the Midwest. Well, first off, this particular town is known for one big thing, and you point to the burning house in the background. Like, this town is famous for that, but I suppose the region might have some other things.
Then
Sasquatch
starts
is
listing
occasionally seen in the woods. There is the creature known as the Mothman, which can be seen along the side of the roads. There's often talk of these, ghostly figures that are in the graveyards. There are several abandoned old Civil War graveyards that are known to have apparitions appear there. Or, what seems like, the walking restless dead wandering around attempting to reclaim their own life. Not to mention that you've heard of stuff like, evil blood-sucking demons that roam the night.
So Victor's repeating all of this, going through a list. He's adding a little bit of flair and flavor to the explanation, like he's telling a horror story, and then he turns to, like, he switches all of that off and turns to Peter and goes, "But isn't your stream like the rough, tough wilderness dude doing rough, tough wilderness ass end of nowhere camping?"
Dude, what the hell was that? I didn't.
Hey, you asked what there would be.
What?
Well, yeah, but Marcus was just asking, like, what would be here that you filmed? So I was just listing out the interesting stuff.
I was thinking about a bird or something. Or a frog. Oh, I don't know.
I don't chase birds in a bar. I don't chase birds in the fucking wilderness, okay? The only bird I chase is a fucking hawk, okay?
Yeah, you look around and there's some birds. There's a big flock of black birds sitting in the trees around
There's
you,
a
but that's about it.
fucking raven over there or something. I guess you came raven sitting or something.
Or you can just say that one of the, is it subscribers of your channel? Like, give a hint about some, just make up some bird that is rare or animal that is rare. He saw one here, like a year ago, something like that. And you became for that.
Doesn't have to be anything other than, I've never been here, I wanted to see what the wilderness was like, so I came here to camp. Does it have to be, I mean, isn't that pretty much your premise? You just go somewhere you haven't been.
But I like. Oh. By the way, I usually when I go for a location, I actually do or somebody at least does research for the area. So I'm not sure if I would have done that before.
There's something we need to take into account, though. We kind of sort of, well, I kind of sort of, when we got into the hotel the first time, we kind of got in by saying that we were hoping to do a collab with Aaron here. So we were going to do a collab with Aaron the Magician over unnatural things he was missing. And so you decided, well, since we're here, there's no collab, Aaron's missing, why don't we go and do a nature film thing, your normal thing. So you came here for Aaron. Aaron was missing, his crew's all fucked up. And so emergency thing, you do your normal shit. We went to the wilderness, we went to camping, and well, what do you know? Aaron walks in because at least someone's visiting the fucking nature.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be that more
sense
complicated. Yeah, exactly.
So, yep. What's that?
Came here for Aaron, went to camp, found Aaron by accident. We were totally not by the house. We came to visit the house because we learned Aaron was there last. The police said, don't come here. It's an investigation site. We went to the hotel and we went, okay, well, Aaron's not here. We can't go to the house. Let's go fucking camping. That's it. That easy. That's all we need.
Now, remind me how far away from the house you are exactly.
I think we had to drive back to the house. So I imagine it's not right on top of the hill.
Yeah.
You walked out of the house, then you had your car away.
Yeah, because we had to do some checks to avoid being seen whilst we drove to the house. So I think those were successes as well. Like, we managed to take a route that didn't immediately implicate that, oh, we're going there.
Yes, but you're not at where the cars are, which was, a sneak distance away from the house.
Yeah.
Right, no, well, we would have come from the house, we went to the cars, and we drove away.
Right.
and the away is probably at a woods nearby. Not like
I'm gonna do a quick
I'm
look check.
guessing. Yeah, I'm guessing it would be the nearest woods, but if the woods start straight from the house, not at the edge of the wood.
Yeah. Like we would still be far away. I think
Good
if
luck.
we're going to pretend we're not at the house, then Victor wouldn't be like, "Oh, let's park downhill."
Okay. You're pretty far away from the house where you've managed to set up a little camp. At this point, you can hear police sirens and firefighters and whatnot in the distance. Apparently took them a while to respond to this, but they are here now. Well, here, being at the house. You
Yeah.
can see sirens in the distance, along with the smoke and the fire of the house.
Under his breath, Peter says something akin to sorry for the extra work.
Oh, Victor elbows you actually, and says, "Why don't you film a little bit of that and go? What the fuck is over there? Is that a house fire?"
Yeah. Oh shit. Actually, that's
Prove
that's-
that we're not at the house.
yeah,
We're
that's
actually filming from far away.
Yeah. That's actually Miro not being not thinking like Peter, because Peter is, of course, as I said earlier, he usually has his camera ready if anything interesting happens, just in case.
Yeah.
'Cause you never know. And yeah, this is one of those, like, he would be listening to sirens and be like, hey, now's the time, and start filming, like, hey, guys, can you hear this? Whoa, where are they going? What's happening over there?
No, but it's sirens. I mean, it's fucking far away. My feet can't carry me that far, so.
It couldn't be something to do with this guy?
I fucking hope not. I mean, he's here. I just hope it's not a fucking forest fire.
Oh shit! We probably should be ready to leave at moment's notice if we smell any, smoke.
Yeah. Well, look at that kid. That kid's been around, rummaging around the forest for at least a few days. Judging by his clothes.
Yeah.
You're
Yep.
saying this as you're recording the fire in the distance?
Yeah, it's like a casual conversation behind the camera.
And then you see
As
Marcus like
he's
doing
walking
the cut.
I cut.
You are trying to act as you're doing that, so
Yes.
just give me a performance, manipulation
Ooh.
performance or something.
Okay.
Let's see.
Both of us? Or?
Just one person. I'm gonna say you were talking mostly when you're doing stuff like that, giving a
Okay. Manipulation performance.
yes, which I know you have.
Yes. 2 successes.
There's one failure.
Yeah.
If you do it versus a target number with the thing from the sheet, it should actually also have the drops in it.
Yeah. There's the dice pools.
2
But...
successes. Okay, good enough. You act convincingly. So if anyone sees this tape, suspect you actually think that. Or at the very least that you're not just hamming it up for the video.
Well, at least not much.
Yeah.
Because, of course, Gung Ho is always acting up for the video.
Yes.
Yeah, but his assistant, who has not really been in his videos before,
Yeah, if a cop
who
started
doesn't seem
poking
too
around-
happy to be here. Yeah.
All right, let's cut ahead. You guys spend the night here camping, probably, right?
Yep.
You are far enough away where cops doing a quick scan of the area don't end up finding you. Meaning that in the morning you are free to proceed as you want, which is probably driving back to town and dropping Aaron off with his people.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Come in as heroes. I'll film that. Marcus will be very proud of me.
Mark?
Always.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Marcus is behind Peter 24/7, like, cut, come on, cut already.
Fuck off.
I don't want to go back to prison.
Yeah.
Well, Peter doesn't understand that sometimes less said is more.
Less is more, yeah.
Yeah,
Just,
less is
the
always
channel
more.
needs stuff. Yeah.
And I think Victor's kind of hanging around Peter to
Mm-hmm.
soften the blows and be like, what the fuck are you talking about if he's trying to do a faux pas? So.
Okay.
But
What
yeah,
exactly is
we
your
drop off.
plan? You drop him off?
Yeah, we drop him off to his people, and apparently Peter is filming this whole thing, and Marcus is trying to be like, no, cut off, and Victor's trying to
Yeah.
soften any potential blows of him. Maybe he's there to kind of try and game the system if Peter puts his foot in his mouth.
Well, Peter has one goal. Just get the genuine first reaction of the crew seeing Erin. And
Right.
after that's done, he knows the conversation might devolve into something suspicious, like supernatural stuff, and he'll cut off as soon as that happens.
Okay.
Or
Just a
as soon as
snippet.
like they see each other. Just a reaction.
All right.
But yeah. But I as like that's what comes to the film. Otherwise, he's really interested in what they have to say to each other. Like, I try to hang in the crowd and just actually listen to
Right,
their
right.
conversations.
Yeah, for the most part, when Aaron will suddenly walk in, everyone will be overjoyed, like, holy shit! Oh my god, it's Aaron, he's alive!
Ka-ching.
And he will very quickly be ushered back to where every one of his crew is, and with much confusion and stumbling and very confused questions on their part as well, like, what the fuck happened? What was happening in there? Like, we saw this and this. No, we saw that and that. Go talk to Ed. Also, the police were looking for us. There's all sorts of things. How the fuck are we supposed to do? Confusion in pretty much every direction at once. But they seem to have taken Aaron off your hands and aren't particularly interested in you.
Right. Time to take a bow out, I think.
Yeah. I think during our drive back, Victor would have emphasized to Aaron the importance of not mentioning that we met at the house. If anyone asks, you don't know where you've been except that you have been in the forest. You have been lost. You couldn't use your phone because, as Marcus broke the screen was broken, so the touch screen didn't work.
Wearing gloves.
Yeah. So anything else will end you in prison or arsony. That's like he's been trying to hammer that in. Remember, lost in the woods for God knows how long. You got lost in the house, gas leak, probably. Actually, no, he doesn't even remember. So don't like, yeah, no. He impresses on Aaron that I'm not sure how you got into the house. We found you at the forest. You stumbled into our camp in the forest. And you couldn't ask for help because your phone's broken. Or the touchscreen's broken. Like, keep it as vague and confusing as you can, but those are the few details that you need to be mindful of. We found you at our camp. You couldn't navigate because touchscreen is broken, and you're not entirely sure how you got out of the house.
And less is more.
Yeah, less is more. We did not meet at the house. That's the most important part. Otherwise, if you were at the house, we were at the house, when it burned out, we're all in prison. And none of us want that.
And if you explain any of the supernatural stuff, they are just going to think that you are crazy.
Well, I think he's been rationalizing that away at this point, so... But yeah, that's like those key points. Not found at the camp, couldn't navigate or call anyone because phone's broken. Don't know how we got out of the house. Or what even happened in there. To kind of ensure that he doesn't say the wrong things and incriminate us.
This is stuff you are trying to, stress on him before.
Yeah, while
you're
we're
inside.
while we're driving to the hotel.
Yes, okay, it's fine. You stress as much of that stuff as possible. He, tired, scared, nods along with as much of it as possible.
Yeah.
Once all that is done and you have dropped him off and the crew takes it and you turn to leave the hotel, waiting for you at the entrance is a police officer who will ask about the commotion that is happening. Initially asking, like, "Oh wow, is that Aaron?"
Yeah. Apparently so.
Wow, so he turned up safe. I'm relieved.
Well, more or less. I mean, we were at camping doing the boss's videos, and he gestures. His hair is still tousled. He's still not wearing his fancy jacket. It's just his t-shirt.
You
And
look like
even
you've
his
had quite a bit of a night yourself, sir. And she gets close and she sort of corrects your shirt a little bit. You could see her nose
you
go
know,
as she takes a sniff.
it smells like deodorant and sweat.
She tried to stealthily check
and a bit
if
of
you
smoke.
maybe smelled like smoke.
Well, it would because we had a campfire, so there would be
Yes, but it's a very big smelling like a bit of smoke. It's very different from smelling like a bonfire, the size of a house.
Oh, I suppose I've never been in a house fire, but
True, but your
Victor
clothes
would have made
your
sure-
clothes would be singed as opposed to having
Right.
a bit of smoke on you.
right, okay, well, yeah, I think Victor would. Victor would have had his over jacket on, which he doesn't have now. It's just
Yes.
his undershirt.
She also goes to the others to briefly say hi and introduce herself, like, Officer Patlin. I've been keeping an eye on this just in case Aaron wandered back in so we can close this place. I was actually also keeping an eye on the house for most of the time. I believe we very briefly met when you rolled up to the house.
Yeah,
Yes, I actually
remember it
recognized
too.
you. Yeah, you were lost and looking for a campsite, I believe, right?
Yeah. Well, we found it.
Never actually
we were-
introduced ourselves. May I ask your names?
Samuel Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Peter Thompson.
Sure. Assuming you
Marcus
said
Shaw,
Marcus Shaw.
sir.
Shaw.
Sir.
She has a little notepad and she's keeping notes on it. Don't mind the notepad. I'm just keeping notes for, everything that happens in town, especially if there's weird things. You never know, and something may or may not be relevant. Just to check, you were in town to go camping, right?
Well, actually, my boss over here, and he gestures to Peter, he's a bit of a YouTuber. And we were hoping to do a collab with Aaron over there. When we got to the hotel and, we were supposed to do a whole shebang surprise video thing, we learned that he's missing.
Mm-hmm.
So we drove to the house.
Really?
Hoping to. Well, yeah, that's what they told us. They were like, oh, ghosts at the house. We were there doing stuff, ran out, gas leaks, whatever. And he gives the explanations that the crew gave us. And so we drove up naturally. We were like, okay, well, maybe Aaron's hiding there. Maybe this is a whole big stunt. So we drive up to the house. Now, color me purple by surprise. There's a cop waiting outside, and the cop goes, there's an actual genuine missing persons case. So we drive back to the hotel because he's an actually a sort of nature type. You should see some of his videos. So he's a nature type. So we were like, okay, well, the collab's not going to happen. The cruising shambles. This is not an act. Aaron is literally missing. So we get ourselves like camping supplies and go camping. He's like, well, we can at least make a video of his usual stuff. And so we drive off into the wilderness, we go camping, and as we're about to go to bed, he sometimes leaves his camera out to film the night because you never know what's going to pop up.
There are some wildlife that only comes out when it's quiet.
I see.
And so
that must be
and so
very
at some-
interesting to film.
we got editors for that.
Well,
I mean, sometimes it
filming
just
itself
runs.
still takes a lot of work, right? Probably have to set all sorts of things up and know exactly what sort of shot to do.
Oh, he's got a tripod. I leave the stuff to the professional.
Well,
Anyway.
what's your job then in being his assistant?
Oh, I'm usually the grumpy guy who doesn't want to get dragged around, and I talk to the receptionist of the hotel because that's my job. I'm the people person, more or less.
Oh, the people
And the
person,
big
so-
guys over there, when we're in public, yeah, Peter's actually a kind of a, he's not the smartest guy. So I'm the one who handles the interactions with people, and those big dudes over there, they're the ones to keep any errant. I mean, Peter's cute. If there's nothing else going for him, he's cute. And there are girls and guys who like cute. So those two are keeping the desperate ones out of the way.
Ah, she takes a look
It's-
at Marcus and Peter. And Peter looks like a normal enough guy, but Marcus looks like a thug.
Well, some girls have in it for the bad boys, so I figured
Victor, I know that you like to make this impression, but I'm actually the camera guy. I set up the shots and I know something about tech.
You set up the shots and know lots about tech.
Victor
Not much, but I usually do take the cameraman stuff.
See,
So the host can actually focus on the important stuff.
well, tell me how that goes.
I will just explain that I'm usually the guy who, if needed, holds the camera,
Mm-hmm.
and then I explain that we are researching about
Oh my God.
using the high tech in the future, trying to take the conversation somewhere else, talking about drones and stuff.
She listens to that for a moment, and then she asks, "Oh, so do you have one of those drones?"
No, not yet. As my friend Victor said, our host is a little bit old-fashioned.
Well,
when
what
it
do
comes
you
with
have then?
technology.
We
I
have a
will show the
final
GoPro. Yeah.
Really?
So right now,
I've heard
small
of
budget.
those. What do those look like?
He points at the camera that Peter's been using to film the reunion. That's probably in the backpack behind his back or his
Yeah.
shoulder.
Actually, let's. I will just absent-minded show that shot for the cup, show that as you see it's quite cheap, maybe $400 or $500, but the quality is actually quite good.
Wow. And
So anyway-
she leans in and sort of tries to grab the camera a little bit and take a good look at the images that you're showing her. You're showing her just the scene that you just recorded, right?
Yeah, and I'm not going to let go of the camera, just showing it.
Wow. So what?
Also,
this must be for such a small little camera. I imagine it can't really record a lot of it on it, though.
No. Well, it records into its. Actually, you're the one who's better at this than I am. So, and he looks at Marcus.
Well, Marcus, I would take my a Android cell phone on my pocket and say that you have one of these, right? Even this one can record maybe an hour of a film.
Mm-hmm.
The GoPro is the same, maybe a little bit older technology, but the what's it called what is the mechanical part of the camera in English?
The lens?
Yeah, the lens is of higher quality.
Victor folds his hands over his chest and goes, "Girl, if you want to see the tapes, just ask. There's no need for this bouncing around."
Yeah, absolutely. We are very cooperative.
that is
I mean-
very nice of you to offer.
I
I was just thinking that if you were recording a bunch of stuff last night, maybe
Yes.
you would know some of the stuff that happened in the surrounding area. But if I can just take a look at the tapes, that would immediately solve any worries that I might have had. Thank you very much for offering.
Shh. Well, I mean, we could see you're dancing that direction miles away, girl. We're friends here. There's no need to all of this. And he makes a
He waves his wrists or arms around. It's like this song and dance. There's nothing to hide.
What is your email? I can like just transfer it to you.
She will
I
give
mean,
you
we can
an
just show them
email
on the
at
map on
police
the laptop.
department. But
We can just show them on the
way
laptop.
quicker if we just take a look, and she will actually pull out a laptop from the police department.
Or we can just look from the boss's laptop. That's where it all goes.
Oh, that would be even better.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, and this is Victor says this because, as we discussed last night, we cleaned everything except the everything from the house, and the only thing that should be there is literally us starting to film. Some 45 minutes in, Aaron walks into camp, and there's that whole shebang, and then later we're filming the house, like hearing the sirens and seeing roughly the commotion roughly at the house's direction and our discussion. So because Victor was adamant that get Mike to clean everything out, delete everything, nothing happened at the house, like all house footage gone. Mike, no.
Right, you try and show him the footage exactly as you've prepped it.
Yeah, well, there's
we practiced
anything
it,
other than
yeah.
that. Yeah,
And
there
like,
shouldn't be anything other than
Marcos
that.
is like very aware that like if you use some advanced like analytics like software, you can actually dig up all the deleted footage if the police gets his hand on it, and it goes into somebody actually knowledgeable about thing in the police lab.
Don't give them a reason to do that.
Exactly, we are very, very helpful. Absolutely helpful.
Yeah, exactly. We're just showing them on carefully orchestrated show of what totally happened last night.
Yeah, and at the same time, I will like also send the email, to his email, like the tape for the email, that there's no reason for him to actually ask for the
Her
original.
phone goes like, bing! I'm like, oh, I see you just sent me the video of this. Which is the video of you finding Aaron, right? Primarily.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Although she also tries to take a quick look to see if any other videos are, let's call it with suspicious timestamps of just around the time an arson may or may not have been committed. You know, she starts checking like, okay, a few days ago when he initially went missing, anything? No, anything past that, and it seems to just start when you find Aaron, right? There is nothing before
Well,
that.
it's roughly 45 minutes of just
of
night
animal
time,
stuff.
like
Yes.
yeah, it's
But I mean,
just
no other
just
videos,
filming.
because you recorded stuff in the house, so there is a hole there. There's nothing there.
There's nothing of the house. I'm just thinking there might be older like videos like
Yes. So there's
of-
old videos, and then there's a text file, and then there's new videos of you guys finding Aaron.
Yeah, so kind of to support just like Victor said, is that we were supposed to do a collab, didn't happen, so we had to extemporate, change plans, we went camping, and then we were filming nightlife.
Yes. So
yeah, because we can't.
she takes a quick
we
look
cannot-
around, and she does ask, like, okay, yeah, it seems like you have a little bit of a hole here.
Well, we
Well, we have to get here.
I imagine a man
Yeah,
like
the
you
co-
would be recording stuff almost every day, just out of habit.
Well, yeah,
There's
if
nothing
something
interesting here.
interesting happens. Yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
he's in the wilderness. He's got a wilderness YouTube.
Yeah.
A town
And
is the
he's-
wilderness. It was
I think
supposed
that
to be
this
the
customer
collab.
actually requires some like a content, some quality stuff.
No.
Not saying that your city is boring, but
Well, I
Well,
certainly
it's not-
know plenty about that. I'm not a YouTuber, so I wouldn't quite know how content creation works.
Also, it's not wilderness. His primary thing is wilderness. We were trying to branch out, collab with Aaron, do something strange and different to kind of spice up the viewers, get more. But that fell through because he was missing. So we had to, change plans and find a place to camp that was far away from everything, that looked genuinely in the middle of nowhere. And, it took us a while. Prep takes time. Get
Oh,
supplies and shit.
And what this is, as you can see here, it's just the establishing shot. Like, try to find if there's any interesting creatures, and if we find any, then we'll like track them down, see how they live. Maybe I don't know. Sometimes it's so magical. You get close to them. You see, he actually seems to have an actual passion, genuine passion for hanging with the animals.
And she listens to your story enthusiastically, trying to get a feel for you, and eventually sort of brushes it off as, no, this all seems legit. He is indeed a wilderness YouTuber, as far as we can tell.
Yeah, check
You're
my
like,
channel.
well, this all seems perfectly fine and on the up and up. I suppose I will contact you, pointing to Marcus, through your email address. If there are any questions, what is your email address, by the way? Is it like marcusshaw@gmail.com?
Maybe it's best like this is the official like company stuff and I will give the email of the boss.
Well,
the,
I mean, you did
channel.
send her the file, so she would get the
sent her
email.
the file, so I imagine you did it on your phone with whatever you had.
Yeah, so
No.
storyteller asking what's your...
I have nothing on my phone. It has to be from the email account of the YouTuber on the laptop.
Oh,
You
okay.
mailed it from the
True,
laptop. Okay, well, fair enough.
Yes, from the there's most likely somewhere like the YouTube channels
Yes.
Generic email address. I use that one.
And because that YouTube address would also sort of verify Peter's identity, that also takes away any suspicion she might have for you for hiding your identities. So that would sort of double check that for her. Okay, good. Like, well, thank you very much. I'm going to go interview Aaron. Please do me a favor and do hang around town a little bit in case a few more questions comes up. If you wouldn't terribly mind. Otherwise, I suppose I'll manage to find you through your email or your YouTube address.
Yeah. We might be, in the wilderness, but we'll be gone. Just, just hit us up, and we'll come back to the town.
Of course, I'll
We need
leave
to
you
salvage
it.
something out of this
I need
trip.
to go ask Aaron some questions then.
And don't. I don't mind if you mention my channel to your colleagues or anything. And I wink my eye like a jackass.
She walks away.
Unfortunately.
Then she stops and she turns around. Oh, one more thing.
Yes.
Why are you using a cigarette on a little stick?
Because it looks country. I don't know. I saw it in a film somewhere and it looked interesting.
Huh. Didn't we talk before? I sort of glossed over it, but I was actually the officer on top of the hill at the house.
I remember.
Oh, okay, because you said it was just a police officer earlier. And you gave me some story about some of the things that you said to that police officer. And I was trying to rack my head exactly what you said there, and I don't remember you saying anything about Aaron at the time. In fact, I'm pretty sure I had to bring up the missing case first.
Didn't we? Didn't Victor say anything about looking for Aaron?
I don't think
or
he
did we just say that we
I don't think he did.
Okay.
You were just looking for a campsite. Like, well, maybe I'm misremembering.
Everyone looks visibly puzzled at that point himself. He's like, huh. And this is a genuine expression for me. He himself is like, I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah.
Because that was the whole thing. At least I'm trying to play Victor like he knows his schemes and he's like, wait, did I know? Huh.
give me a manipulation performance as you try to sort of remove that confusion on your face.
Okay, let's see. 3 successes.
Oh, you already rolled? That was good.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, it's
Okay, 3
7,
successes.
8, and 6. Yeah.
All right. Yep. It's fine. Good. Yep. So she has no reason to suspect you. Like, well, that was a while ago, and she is not some sort of genius.
Oh, okay. I think she was trying to trick me.
No. She is just doing police work where she tries to double check everything.
Right.
Despite the Columbo reference.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna go wait, is she played by Frances McDormand?
Must be a bit of that as well.
Oh, one more thing. Walks away again, comes back. Oh, one more thing. Yeah. By the way, I remember. I'm giving her the Columbo voice. No, I shouldn't. I remember when you were in the car. I actually noticed, because it was such an odd little thing, that you had one of those little extended cigarette holders.
Yeah.
And now
I
you've
did.
got the little stick thing. Like,
Well,
isn't it supposed to be a little tube that you smoke the air through? How does a stick work for that?
it doesn't. It's terrible. But, I mean, you see my demeanor, right? I mean, I get enough trouble in a place like this as is. Imagine if I wore that faggy little thing with me all the time. I'd be beaten up in a fucking alleyway. Or dragged there and then beaten up. So I'm just trying to not be as me, I guess. So I got rid of it. For now. I'll get
You
it
got
back when
rid
we-
of it?
Well, I mean, I'm not using it at the moment, is my point. Is that publicly it's not with me. I got a stick.
Oh, you said you got rid of it. I thought you just tossed it aside when you were scared of the town folks or something.
Something like that, but I mean, you don't come up with them all of the time, so eh.
Wait, are
I'm
you
using
really,
this for
Did you
now.
get intimidated by the town folk?
When you get beaten up enough many times in school for being a faggot, yeah, you kind of get intimidated. I mean, I'm from a small village myself. Well, I say village, but I mean, compared to a big city. Anyway, I'm putting my foot in my mouth. I'm from a more conservative area, okay? I know how people act around people like me. So, I do what I can. I'm not very good at blending in, but I do what I can.
And
don't know, this just
she
seemed
looks
like-
at you up. She looks at you tip to toe when you say, "I do what I can to blend in." Like,
Yeah, and he's like, this was the only hillbilly, this was the most hillbilly thing I could think of. Yeah, he's missing the jacket, but he's still got his straight pants, his kind of high-heeled shoes. He literally looks like a semi-fancy city faggot who thinks that stick, it's one of those, I personally, I swear I've seen it in some,
he's Mr. Humphrey.
it must be some cowboy movie or something where they have the cigar on a toothpick or something. That's what he's going for, and he looks like the faggot who thinks that's a manly, midwestern manly thing to have. Substitute for a cigarette holder or something.
Okay, so you didn't toss it away or anything. You just have it on you right now.
Well, it's in one of our cars. Should be. I hope. Unless someone, and he gives Pex an angry look, threw it away.
Well, you're looking at Pex for this, so she will look at Pex for like, oh, "Did you throw it away, sir?" And Pex is way too straightforward, so he would probably just go, "I didn't have it," or "No, I didn't."
I think Bex would just say, no.
Yeah. And Victor rolls his eyes, disbelieving.
I think we have
He
taken
leaves
enough the valuable time of the police officer here. Isn't there some other shot you wanted to take?
You, Marcus, as you're saying that, you can see her like finger an object in her pocket.
Oh.
What could it be?
What could it be? Could it be the half-melted cigarette holder?
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Mark's brain is going through that. It's possible that it was left in the house.
You're saying that out loud?
Of course not. I said that like Marcus is thinking in his head that is it possible it was left in the house?
And then she will ask you, like, left in the house, sir?
No, I say that Marcus is thinking that is it possible
He's
that
thinking in
it
his
was
head.
left?
Oh, okay,
He's
sorry.
thinking of
that's-
himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's important, the distinction right now. It's,
I don't know who is thinking aloud, but I'm thinking in his head.
well, that's why I
Yeah.
asked. Okay, but you're thinking in your head, did we leave it in the house?
Yeah, the film is going really fast, like forward. Like it's possible that it was left somewhere.
I'm pretty sure Pex threw it in. You personally
Yeah.
wouldn't have a particular reason to know. You just know a fire got set with something.
He threw it into the gasoline to light it up. But as a player, I mentioned that there is a chance that it didn't melt fully.
So would Pex even say no then, if it's true?
Because Pex did throw it away,
I wish Anders was here.
technically.
I think he would just reject whatever it is you're suggesting. Like, you had it in your card, right? Did you throw it away? Like, no.
Well, yeah, I guess depends on how intuitive he is, but Victor was kind of trying to insinuate that, like,
Well,
I
the
was
yes would
attempting for-
imply that he did something he can be asked about, whereas no is just no, don't ask me.
right, yeah, because Victor was like, what he was going for was this guy's trying to make me get rid of it for ages. So did he throw it away? In that, no, it wouldn't be found in the cars if they look for it. I was going to even lean into the cop and say, like, he's been trying to get me to get rid of it for ages because he thinks it looks too girly, but whatever. But yeah, whatever.
I see. Well, either way, again, thank you very much for your time. I am going to
course.
interview Aaron on a few things. Thank you for sending me those files, and we'll be in touch with any further questions or the conclusion of the case when we have that.
We'll probably be in the area for at least a few days for the boss's filmings, depending on
that
how
would
big
be
he
lovely.
gets. Of course.
Either way, have a wonderful.
You too.
Just not.
And she will walk off towards Aaron and start asking him all sorts of questions.
This is where we hope that he.
You can see like how like Marcus' face goes dark, like he's already like imagining going back to prison.
But yes, you are not pursued or monitored by her, so you can just leave, though. Things seem to take a while and involve the entire group, so if you wait around, it would be hours.
Yeah. Well, we get to the car at least.
I want a
wherever we're
bath.
going.
I want a bath. I want a shower. I want to iron my stuff. I'm going to get them dry cleaned. At this point, I think we
At
should
the hotel?
all get our at the fucking village. Whatever, we should totally get our clothes cleaned. We've been at the camping. We need exchange clothes. We don't need to smell like animals and wood smoke.
Yes. So yeah, we get to the cars and start going to the cleaners, and then Peter says something like, "Why was she so interested in the holder thingy? What's with that?"
Because Daddy used that to light the campfire. And he gives you a round-eyed, do you get my drift look?
And then it hits him, like, and he's like, "Oh,
Yeah,
you don't think they
I do.
No.
Which is why she was asking about it. Which is why, and he turns to Pex, you threw it away because you don't approve of men using those because they are too, F-word and all that. You're a big, burly, manly man.
Hex nods.
And you've been trying to get me to get rid of that for a while now.
Sure.
Good boy. Yes.
So Marcus playing dumb and asked that so how did the police got it?
Well, it probably didn't melt in the fire properly.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what material this would be made of. I have to imagine if it can withstand the heat of a cigarette smoke, it would be made of some sort of iron, probably some cheap metal, maybe aluminum.
Actually, Miro, one of our friends had one. Annika had a cigarette holder like that. Isn't it plastic?
Really?
I
can't
have no
imagine it's
idea.
plastic.
Well,
That would
the
melt
smoke
instantly.
itself. Well, No, because it's the same smoke that you inhale through the cigarette. I mean, it doesn't
Straight
burn
to
your
your
lungs,
mouth.
does
So
it?
yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
still, it's pretty hot at the cigarette tip.
I wouldn't know. I've never smoked.
But the
a
tip
cigarette.
doesn't. But the tip never touches
Touches
the
it,
holder
yeah.
If it
itself.
melts all the, you shove it in there and then it melts at least a little
Well,
ending.
But I can,
It's not
Isn't-
just
I can
a
isn't it-
imagine.
straw.
But I can imagine there are like plenty. There are wooden. There are plastic. There are probably metal. Probably ivory.
Yeah.
They could be made out of anything.
I don't
Pretty sure.
think Victor's the kind of guy who would have some plastic straw for it, even if he's cheap.
Let me check.
What would the
Because
point
he
of that
is.
point be?
Cheap cigarette holders are commonly made from plastic or wood, with some options incorporating metal for the mouthpiece or filter interface. So yeah, he
There
would either have a
at least
wood.
be some mouthpieces or some metal.
Yeah. The mouthpiece would be metal or filtering, with some options incorporating metal for the mouthpiece or filter interface. So I imagine, because Victor's not cheap by choice, it's because he really doesn't have much income. He tries to look expensive with as little money as possible. So thrift stores, antique shops, whatever, where he can
I
buy
actually
shit for
imagine
cheap.
that if you were to go to a thrift store, you would easily find one of these somewhere that would look fancy but be very cheap because no one uses them.
Yeah. But I think he would have like a plastic or a wooden one, because wooden.
Actually, resin is the one. Modern decorative used in cosplay or stylist props in the current time. And
But
resin is not very
does actually work?
wide from. So it looks cool, but it's not
Not
expensive.
particularly sturdy. Well,
Yeah,
the
and
odds
he,
of
he
it
would,
being
he, would,
destroyed are
he would
very-
use something that looks expensive and fancy and is functional, but is cheap as fuck.
So expensive would be ebony or hardwood or ivory
Or
metal.
jade, yeah, stuff like that. But yeah.
Well,
So-
jade's not exactly cheap. I get your point.
No, but those would be the expensive ones. Like cheap ones would be resin or wood or plastic.
Yes.
And
Either.
he would prefer a wood one or but go for plastic or resin, whichever.
I recommend let's roll dice. It might be possible that he has found some really a good quality stuff in the a flea
Let me
market.
just roll a d10 and see if it's 10 super expensive, 1 super cheap.
Or if it was expensive, he wouldn't
Super
have
cheap.
done it. Yeah, if it was expensive, he would not have let Pex throw that off. That's the expensive shit. That's genuine. No fucking way. So it had to be cheap. Yeah. So it was like a plastic or something, maybe wooden one found in a thrift store somewhere, second, third hand shop. It's like, yeah, this will do. This looks good. Looks good. No one these days can tell the fucking difference. Yeah.
Either way, you are
It's
freed from
partially-
the police. You don't know exactly what she does or doesn't know. But you're not arrested. So, one way or another, you survived
Yeah.
that. Also, she didn't ask about where your gun went. Suppose she would assume it would be in the car. Also, no one got hit by anything except that Peter's gun exploded in his face, so he would have some shrapnel. But compared to Victor
Yep.
being covered in mud, that would also not be a very big deal.
Well, Aaron. Oh yeah. No,
yeah,
Victor.
yeah.
Victor had
That too.
his clothes dirty as well.
That
Yeah.
too. Yes.
Yes.
A question, based on my high security score, you did shoot in the house, right? Right.
He sure did.
He
I
did
shot
once.
at least once.
So
But it blew
basically,
up in his face.
yeah. So if they find the bullet casing, they can track it on the gun that was shot on. So we need to get rid of the gun.
Well, good news.
Good news, it's
Already
already
taken
gotten
care
rid
of.
of.
Which means that there's gun fragments there now. Which begs the question, you didn't have your gun openly, visibly on you at the time.
I don't think so. And
So-
we need to basically no. You need to wash your hands very well because there's most like a resin
Powder
on your
resin?
hands. That you have shot the gun, so you need to really
They
wash them
have
well.
no reason to suspect. They might have, gun parts that they find there, but that doesn't mean that there's been a gunfight. It's America. You find a gun,
I know,
you find some
true.
gun parts, like whatever. If someone got shot, that would be different. But this is,
Yeah.
a missing person and then arson. A gun is not the suspicious thing.
Yeah. Also, it was an old house, so who knows what was
Who fucking
kept
knows?
inside.
It's an old house with a bunch of history. A history of that you were aware of at this point. People going missing. So
Yeah, the secret holder might as well have been from someone who's missing.
odds are that this particular police officer already was aware that people went missing in that house and was like glad that it burned down.
Yep.
Even though she was playing like a Columbo very well at this point, but still, Peter, what
I
you
mean,
have?
it's her job.
It's
to
literally
ask
her
questions.
job. Like, if a bunch of strangers go up to a house and just burn it down, yeah, you burnt down the haunted house. That doesn't mean I'm just gonna let that happen.
Yeah. I don't want to get fired
or
for
maybe
it.
you kidnapped Aaron for a while.
It's true.
Things need to make sense.
Yeah.
Or maybe she's secretly a hunter.
What I was actually thinking the first time was like, oh, is this some kind of vampire nest? And she's just the outlook, one of the vampires just checking. I'm like, must resist making pex check with vision.
It is very
Miro,
much...
you mean rots, not vampires.
I thought multiple of you had like second sight vision abilities.
Everyone has second sight. It's a hunter ability.
Yes,
but
but you
I think
need
you
to
need to use
activate
conviction
it.
for it. Yeah, you need to use conviction for it.
Or when you see something suspicious.
No, it's just, I think it's one of those conviction abilities where you burn conviction to activate it,
But
to see through illusions.
Conviction is that thing you get back when you roleplay, right?
No,
Yep.
conviction is the thing you get back when the GM. No, willpower is the
roleplay.
thing you get back when you roleplay. Conviction is the thing you get back when the storyteller thinks you've earned it, or if you use it on an edge and succeed in using it, succeed in the edge roll.
But second sight isn't an edge.
Second sight isn't an edge; it's just a conviction power that you can.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Huh.
Yeah, you can spend a conviction to activate second sight, but conviction is also a very difficult to regain resource and a very finite resource, which I believe is sometimes also used to combat things like when you meet a monster or when a monster is trying to control you and shit like that. You throw your conviction to kind of resist those things. Which is why I bumped it up, because from what I read on Reddit when I tried to Google it, it's something that hunters along the game are usually starved for. Basically, if you lose your conviction, you are as vulnerable as any mortal against supernatural influences. So not an easy thing,
That's
and
it.
not something you
Second
throw
sight
away
is used
willy-nilly.
for sensing spirits, shielding against evil, unleashing divine wrath. They are fueled by conviction. Each time you activate stuff like second sight, you spend 1 point of conviction. Depending on the creed, it may or may not involve rolling attribute plus conviction. Some powers require a successful morality check. Regaining conviction is done by role-playing your creed, confronting the supernatural and defeating them. Moral choices or story rewards. So basically whenever the storyteller is also just like, yeah, you all did good, here's some points back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you max out, like if you collect enough conviction to go over 10, I think you get virtue points from that, or extra virtue points, stuff like that. So it's something that's really difficult to max, but if you manage to do it, you get extra bonuses. But it's one of those things that it's entirely, like you said, the storyteller goes, you did really well with your characters
I
playing
can't
to your
imagine
creeds.
I would keep track of that, so I would probably just say like, hey, we went through a session, everyone did well, everyone gets 1 point of willpower and 1 point of conviction, and we move on.
Yeah, you survived. Well done.
Makes
Well done,
sense.
recharge your
Yeah.
points, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of this system seems to be like the storyteller really knows your character, knows what the creed stands for, not what the virtues stand for, what your character's nature is, and based on that and based your role playing, he rewards you for being your character.
That's your job.
Yeah, but at that
I don't
point
want
it
to have to know
becomes
your
too
character. You're your character.
it becomes too gamey, man.
Oh, you
It
mean
is
a game system,
narrative
which is the
game.
very thing I wanted. Yeah, I can make a narrative out of your game system. I can't make a game system out of your narrative.
No, I fully agree with you, but this is basically this system. It's a narrative game, man. The storyteller decides, and you just go with the narrative, man.
All right,
It's a breathing, living world.
let's not get
But yeah.
sidetracked. That's what the beginning of the session was for, is figuring out
Yes.
the system. Okay,
Yes.
back to the thing. A few things of note. Your innate hunter instincts will alert you that that big swarm of black birds you saw before, that's now in town as well, sitting on the rooftops.
Huh.
Weird. Is that weird?
Can I roll if I know of any? I rolled a few successes on occults of this area.
Mm-hmm.
Blackbirds are. Actually, no. He goes to
I mean,
Peter and goes.
they're not terribly weird to identify. They look like a big swarm of crows.
Okay. Well, that's what he was going to ask Peter. He says, does he know what the birds are? Can I tell if there's any occult things related to swarm of crows?
Yeah, sure, roll.
Intelligence occult?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll actually this time I'll use these because they do it for me.
I want to clarify that the group of crows actually called a murder of crows.
Yes.
Yes. You
Let's
are
use the
aware-
right terms.
Yes, you are aware that there are certain animals, ravens, bats, rats, wolves, and flies, which for some reason are more often involved in supernatural activity than not. These don't look like ravens, they look like crows, but we're saying to yourself, maybe they're, no. But it could still be related, you know, maybe crows are close enough to ravens that it's not a problem. But it's also a
Right.
little weird that they seem to be in town like this, just sort of watching people.
I also like the idea that the wording of the group of ravens be unkindness of ravens.
Whoever has...
or conspiracy of ravens.
Yeah, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I like the conspiracy of ravens.
Whoever
Yeah.
has been naming that stuff had a really fun time with it.
Yeah.
Also, Parliament of Owls.
Yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
I hear that's like it was just writers having fun,
Yeah.
and it was a collaborative effort, and people were just thinking like, what would be a good way of saying multiple?
It
crows?
sounds like
Maybe a
that.
murder of crows.
Exactly. What do we call this group of koalas? Call it and looks around for other stuff. Call it a library of koalas.
A chlamydia of koalas.
But the fun thing about the ravens is that we were 10 years ago in the Grand Canyon National Park, and we had basically there was a lecture from some professor about the ravens and how
Yes.
smart they are. So the ravens actually are smarter than dogs,
Yeah, I
which
believe
is
it.
crazy. Yeah, and they gave some examples which were absolutely nuts. Like they used other animals to help them to gather food and trick prey and even trick humans.
Yeah.
And absolutely amazing at basically solving riddles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
Do the crows seem to be stalking us, or are they just around in general? Like, if we're observing them, do
don't
they
seem to be spread out throughout the rest of the town. They seem to be around the hotel.
Just the hotel.
Just the
not
hotel.
just. Okay.
Let's. I will use my second sight. I can
Yeah,
use
you are.
one conviction for that. Let's see what I can see actually.
Okay. You look at the group of crows, and you will see a humanoid figure crunched
Oh,
up
fuck.
into a little crow-shaped ball inside one of those crows, with its hand just stretched really long until it's almost like a little slip of paper and thin, reaching all the way over into Peter's laptop.
What? What?
You're fucking editor, man. You're fucking editor.
Trying to fight like some sort of like anxiety attack at this point, like it's trying to just like fucking get cool, like staring down. Yeah, I'm just gonna not mention anything, trying to act cool and like get somewhere inside where they can see us to tell what I saw for the rest of us.
Okay, what do you say to people to do that?
Yeah, it seems that like your editor is like a supernatural beast, and then I tell what I saw.
What?
Yeah, this is after you take them inside, then.
Yes, after we get
Yes,
inside,
okay.
like
So, hey guys, can we go inside for maybe a snack or something? And then inside you say that. Okay.
yep. Yeah, they are watching us. The murder of crows.
Can you like describe what you saw?
Yeah, I can actually do better. I will take like my sketchbook and I will fucking draw it.
Are you an artist again?
I told you, like I think I was in prison for art forgery. Yes, I am an artist.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
Yep.
So you have your art. I have Mongols crafts and tailoring. And
Yeah, so
performance.
I will draw it, and most likely when Peter sees the picture, yeah, that's him.
Well, we'll see.
You show the picture to Peter, and no, he does not look at the figure you saw and say, "Oh, that's Mike." That's
Oh,
Mike.
so
you
it's
just
not
drew."
him.
No.
No, who's that? I've never seen that one before.
That is what my second sight showed. I thought that might be your editor. Have you seen him before?
No.
Could I?
It seems to be the somewhat silhouette of a man in his late 30s. Many of the features are distorted and out of place, as if there's some cracked glass effect, put over him. And he seems to be wearing a modern tactical suit torn in places, as if it's some sort of special forces person.
Wait.
What do we do? We can like ignore them, not know about them, fake to do it, or we can maybe talk with them, say that
Can you
we
see
can
if-
see you out there.
Let me actually read upon what does my power say. I really need to. I wish we could write this down.
I mean, you can. That's what your sheet and the notes is for.
No, I mean, yeah, I guess.
Or you can just put
I'll
notes
just-
here, like there's fucking room. That's what the big white page is for.
Yeah.
So GM to use our powers to like learn the system. I have the rejuvenate
Okay.
power, and I have 2 damages, and I will start to heal myself.
Okay. This one will be free in case any costs are involved, because you could do damage in like the test combat. But for the purpose of understanding the system, go ahead.
So let me actually see how it works, because I have to.
Yeah.
I have to say I didn't read the rules about that one yet.
Yeah. Well, I have the same ability, so I can tell you.
Yeah.
You naturally regenerate without any help. It's just you have a healing factor as your passive ability.
You're Wolverine.
As, you
I
are
don't need to
Wolverine.
use. Do you need to use the anything like any resources
No.
to like activate?
No. Unless you want to extend the healing power to somebody else, then you need to,
okay.
use a conviction. But you just
Okay.
naturally heal faster than anybody else.
Do you happen to have the stats of how long does it take to like heal like a 1
Yes.
point or
Yes,
3
yes, we
points?
have that at the bottom here somewhere.
yeah.
For your
with
specific
this-
power, it's without that, it would
Oh no, it looks horrible. Sorry.
falling damage. And, oh yeah,
I'll
that
put it
is
to
too-
Discord.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
here
The
it
message
is.
is too long.
Normally, healing damage
okay.
takes, a day for bruised, 3 days, 1 week,
Okay.
1 month.
So it was
Very,
4
very
days normally. Yeah. Okay. But with this power, do you have the stats or do I check out the?
Yeah. In this tower, you can see it in
Wounded
Discord
would
now.
only be 1 day, and then 12 hours, 6
Okay.
hours, 3 hours. So yeah, in 2 hours in 2 days you would just be good, even when wounded.
No. I was only hurt.
Oh well, then less than few hours, I think.
It's 6 hours and
Up to
then
6 hours.
add 3 hours, so it's 9 hours.
You heal
Lit.
very quickly.
Which is
Yep.
basically a night.
Yeah.
And
Maybe a dry
So
day.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Whenever there's
And that's
combat,
for
you
the-
want to fight.
yeah, and that's for the lethal damage. For any bruised damage, it's always 10 minutes per level. You
Oh.
always just regen. That's why I kept on asking, has it been 10 minutes? Has it been 10 minutes? Has it been 10 minutes in last house? Because
Let's
like
avoid
I just
that.
kept regenerating.
I
Yeah, I
know.
know, but it sometimes it made a big difference if
Yeah, I
I got a
know.
negative or not. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, let's not worry about that for now. Anyway, where the fuck were we? Top Raven's ghost figure. You're in the hotel. You're discussing the ghostly figure you saw.
Yeah.
What was
Well,
what was it
the
doing?
Raven thing.
Yeah, the
Just watching us.
While I
Overwatch.
was reaching into your laptop.
Yeah, that was very very strange.
No, that's me as a player reminding you that it was reaching. You saw it reach into Peter's laptop.
Yeah. So does that mean that it has some power to like read laptops data from electronics?
Sounds like it.
I
I mean, based on your picture, it looks like a government operative. So I don't know.
I
maybe-
do like I would just like rush on the laptop and I will like just shut it down. No power.
Can I? This doesn't really. I'm not sure if there are ways to recognize monsters. And I'm not sure if this is a proper use for this power. I was gonna use pinpoint, but pinpoint does it's a bit of a pinpoint is often used after a creature has been detected through second sight, which you have, and recognized through edges such as discern, illuminate, or witness. We don't know what it is, but you have painted a picture, and I presume it's a very accurate picture. So can I use pinpoint on it? Your experienced hunters can also use this edge to identify some monsters through their weaknesses. Basically, it tells me what this creature's weakness would be. It does not work on mortals, however. So it's more Victor going... Well, would sorcerers and mages be counted as mortals? Or are mortals literally unimbued, non-powered, non-supernatural humans?
Excuse me, the correct word is Mondays.
Yeah, normies.
Yes. And
What?
like what you were going on about a thing, or was that the end of the thought?
Well, that was me asking because the power doesn't work on mortals. What I'm saying is Victor would try and discern, not only like maybe learn what it is through the weaknesses, and it doesn't work on mortals. So the continuation thought was, what constitutes a mortal in this setting? Is it anyone not powered in any way?
Okay.
Or would a sorcerer still be mortal? Because technically anyone can learn magic. Anyone can learn sorcery. That is not unlike in D&D where sorcerers
Yes.
are people
Okay,
born with
okay,
magic.
I get what you're asking. The thing is, you're now in the hotel, and you're trying to use this ability on something that you can't see right now. You're just getting from a description, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's on the painting mainly. Like
Okay.
trying to use the power.
Let's just say you're trying to use this power to understand what the fuck you're looking at.
Yes.
Our understanding of this would make you suspect that this is some form of wraith, a ghostly apparition, some form of undead.
Well, it more like tells me the weaknesses of the thing. It doesn't tell me what it is. But
I know, but you know enough about it to somewhat categorize it. I'm generalizing the stuff here. As for weaknesses, there are many depending on the specifics, and you can't really do that based on a drawing.
There is a perception plus vision roll.
You
Difficulty
all
6.
have, you have a degree of exorcism abilities that can properly deal with it. You know that very much that just shooting a ghost or even just shooting the animal that it's possessing doesn't really solve the problem. But more importantly, you are aware that ghosts can do all sorts of things, like possess an animal, or if it wanted to, interface with a piece of technology, maybe possess it.
So, boys, remember the stories I told last night about the graveyards and shit?
Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Based on certain abilities that I've acquired around the years, I believe this thing is a type of a wraith that has possessed a crow that is potentially trying to possess your laptop. Our job in this place is not done yet.
Oh goodness! What with my laptop, man?
I don't fucking know. Maybe it'll want to maybe it wants to live vicariously through your experiences. I mean, that would be.
That ain't never happening. We gotta get out of here. Like, just run to the car and book it, right?
Well, we have no way of knowing if it already succeeded. I mean, if what Snacks here says is true, it's already touched your laptop from the crow. It might have already inserted itself. Also, might just be that it's looking a way to get into the internet through your laptop to the whatever cloud your videos go to. Maybe it's trying to escape that way. Maybe your laptop is just a gateway for it. To escape the
Maybe it's just a creepy peeping Tom.
I wonder, if a wraith possesses a laptop, can it replicate itself through the files and spread itself all over the world? That's a terrifying idea.
So what happens if you kill the crow that is being possessed?
No, that won't work. Just killing the thing the wraith possesses won't work. You need to actually get to the wraith. That's just a vessel. Just like you breaking a vase doesn't destroy the water in it.
But does break the connection with the laptop?
No, if it's already inside the laptop, you would have to break the laptop. And even then, that just breaks the container, really. You have to find another way to deal with the wraith itself, assuming it is bad and it tries to do bad things. Maybe it just really, really wants to see everything you feel. Maybe it's a fan.
From your understanding,
Well, that's one
of the
fan
undead,
I don't want.
I don't know if any of you would have any particular experience
I
already with the undead.
I have no fucking idea.
If any of you would be
I'm-
like, oh, my character would definitely have experience with that category,
Nope.
then say so.
Nope.
Probably not specific. I think Victor, ever since his encounter, he's been trying to look into a lot of stuff, but I'm not sure if he would have any specific. Like, he would maybe know what a wraith is,
Yes.
but delve too deep, probably not.
Okay. You're all still getting started as hunters, so fair enough.
Yeah.
What you
Yeah.
do know from your experience with the occult is that undead come in many shapes and sizes. So making an assumption on what it's doing is difficult.
Yes.
The laptop is now a board off. Like the first thing I did was to like just take it off power. If it requires to be on, then that's it. Very tempted of just like crashing it.
Yes. I mean, you have the idea that it's off now, and when you did turn it off and go back in, you know, your second sight eventually wore off, and you saw this connection being severed, as it were, followed by the sounds of crows flying off.
Yeah.
Into every corner, as if looking for something else instead.
Can
So
it
somebody
really
is
be
very
great?
interested about us, it seems.
I don't think it's necessarily about us. Maybe it's looking for a way out of this place. An outsider with a laptop with a container, like a laptop, where it could probably attach itself to a file or something and be sent out, or even be taken by force out. Maybe it can't leave on its own, so maybe a crow or something. I don't know enough about wraiths, but if it can possess things, some haunts are locked in to certain areas, but maybe a laptop is a vessel that would allow it to travel elsewhere, and since we closed it, it's looking for another victim. Can we
Who
really
knows?
leave it
You
around?
have no additional way of getting information right now. The crows are gone. The ghost seems to be gone with them. Your laptop is
That's
turned
good.
off.
So basically, the tape we took of the haunted house somehow possessed the laptop it was in,
No.
and there was some connection with the crow outside, but that looks a human.
No, let's remember the house wasn't haunted. That was not a ghost. That was an entity from another plane of existence created by the original owner of the house through a perverse ritual that sacrificed souls to create it. It was a consciousness created by killing people.
Or maybe it
And it
was a
needed
demon. Or maybe it was a magic spell that came to life.
Yeah, but this is Victor's interpretation is that it is an
Yes.
entity created through. Well, this is what he explains.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't but anyway, it wasn't a ghost by any means that we would define a ghost. It was an entity that fed on spirits or ghosts in a manner after a fashion, but not a ghost in itself.
So you say it escaped to
No.
this laptop?
No, based on my understanding, it very much, so to speak, died with the house. The house, it was the house. Like the house was riddled with arcane symbols of binding and sacrifice. In short, you could think of it as the house was its head, and the crystal thing that we destroyed was its heart and its soul. So we killed it. This thing, and he points vaguely towards the crow's flow, is probably more linked to the stories and legends of hauntings and graveyards of this place. You know, civil war.
Totally not related, you mean?
Not related. There it seems to be a genuine haunting happening in this area. Not related to the house, but entirely different. Probably the second, though. Was it Second World War graveyards that I knew based on their occult role?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Second World War graveyards that exist
So
in
what's
this
the
area.
connection with the laptop? I don't get it.
Well, some wraiths, some undead, ghostly apparitions and such are capable of interacting with modern technology. Possessing them, they don't just go for zombies or undead, dead corpses and girls drowned in a well. They sometimes go for a laptop.
I mean, the only
Alright.
way you would know was to just investigate the laptop, I suppose.
Yeah.
How?
Something in your
Unless you're too
laptop is
paranoid.
interesting.
Unless you're too paranoid to just throw it out.
Something in your laptop is clearly interesting to the ghost.
Well-
Or wraith.
Yeah, I'm just turning for Peter. Do you know what in the laptop besides what we just experienced could be interesting of these cozy things, right?
I think we
no
will
idea.
have to figure out who the wraith is first.
And how
Do-
attached you are of the laptop. I can buy a new one.
No. Like,
We're not destroying the laptop. Are you serious? No, we need to keep it on and observe
No.
for a murder of crows
Why?
approaching it.
both of you,
figure out
you
what's
have
going-
insane.
To
No,
figure
we
out
don't
what's
want
go-
any ghost to approach any laptops we are
Yes,
nearby.
we do. We need to figure
Why?
out why it's doing this.
Why?
No, what we need to do is
Are you
actually.
a hunter or a pussy?
I don't care.
What if
You
we?
don't
What
care.
if we?
There's a literal undead thing haunting people and
As
interacting
far as
with
I
their
understand,
electronics.
there's billions of them around the world at this point.
Yeah, and we just witnessed one. And you want to run away, go back to your cozy little poverty home and your prisoner's charity auction where you get your clothes from that I mend for you.
I think that you are just trying to fuck with me right now, and you know that it's not.
Honey, I mean, you're a big boy. I wouldn't mind that, but not at this moment. We have probably a job to do.
What if we
And
just?
we are the best equipped to do that.
What if we took the ghosty inside the laptop? Then I just drag and drop it to the trash can and just empty it. Right? That's how it worked last time.
Sure, you would need to know which file it possesses. I mean, for all we know, it just takes over the entire machine. For all we
I don't
know,
want
it
that.
behaves like a virus that replicates itself and sends it off all over the world.
It sends ghost copies all over the place.
Yes, what the disembodied voice said. Alternatively, it literally is just sick and tired of this shithole of a town and wants to get out.
Can I do like an equivalent of insight check that how much shit is Victor about how much he actually knows and how much is like just speaking shit about because this looks so fucking over the top for me being like a beginner hunter.
Okay, so he has high int and high occult skill, right?
Oh yes, he has 3 on occult.
Yeah. So but you have insight and wit on people. You can tell that he does know about stuff, but he's also theorizing and just going way beyond what he probably knows.
Yeah, like he has knowledge. He's been digging into the occult and this shit. But yeah, he's kind of hypothesizing and he's getting super excited about the prospects of what this thing might be doing.
So he wants to learn more about it. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. He wants to get to the bottom of this thing. Why the laptop? Why us? And what does it want?
Okay, I don't have a super high computer. I have good subterfuge and high security, but I also have like a few points on the contact. Would I be able to know a really good hyper security person who would be able to basically follow whatever the ghost is doing with the laptop? Same way that they would be following what a hacker, let's say Russian APT would be doing with the hacker at the same time, finding out what like paths they're going through, what files they are like reading and such forth, what they are like moving and transferring, and that would actually give us an edge on this, and also give a lot of information for Victor that what does the ghost actually.
But didn't you say that the we saw the connection sever, like the ghost isn't in the laptop anymore?
Yeah, but who knows? We can always open the laptop again, like, and it can try again.
You tell me.
It's not,
You probably have a contact who's at least technical.
Yeah, so I will ask that Victor, if you want to like really go deep in this, it's gonna cost us, because I know a really good hacker. He has done some crimes, but he's a good guy.
Sure.
We can let him to follow whatever the ghost does, and that would give us some insight what this interest about.
Well,
Do you want to go that path?
first to...
How much would you think that it would cost for? What kind of payment does the hacker would ask?
Okay, what's your contact background? Like how many contact? Let me take the little sheet.
I have a contact too.
Contact
what
2.
does-
I think
yeah,
you just have to
big-
roll that as a skill.
Yep.
So that plus, I don't know, what's a good one to go with it? Social.
Is that
I'm
a
gonna say
background?
charisma and contacts. Roll me charisma contacts.
Ooh.
As you're basically asking him on the phone, like, hey, I'm dealing with a thing with a laptop. I think it might be this. Is there any chance you could do something like that? And like, well,
So basically, like there's a hacker who is trying to like infiltrate this laptop, and we would really want to know what is he up to. Could you do us a favor? We can offer you like a few thousand dollars for it.
Whatever it takes would depend on the results.
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
rolls. So okay, let's just roll your thing.
So charisma, and what was the other one?
Contact, which means 5 dice total.
Okay, so charisma is gonna be 3 plus 2, so 5 dice. So it's gonna be
One success.
One success.
One
Oh, damn it.
success. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
maybe it's bit more pricey.
he says that okay. You transfer an amount of money. Let's see, you don't have a lot of resources.
Hey, I have one. Most don't have any.
I'm trying to think of what would be a decent price to pay for this.
And there's like 4 of us. Like I'm sure that like all of us can like give like a few $100 for this for sure.
Yeah, okay, but still.
Yeah.
Because we're not keeping track of money right now in any meaningful way. So I suppose we should try to add that. We've also established who's, rich and poor, which is really everyone's poor pretty much except for maybe the YouTuber who has some amount of money.
Yeah.
So
Does he have resources?
When you ask for a few $100, Victor laughs at your face and goes, "Girl, I need all of that for my fucking
let's
rent."
say everyone would need to be able to pay 200. Like, I don't think Victor would have 200 just lying around. Would you have 200 just
No.
lying around for this?
No fucking way.
Well,
He's
then
like-
you owe me one.
Sure, I'll suck your cock for a week.
No, that's not gonna happen. But you'll be owed money.
Okay, a month.
A year. I'll
dude-
never stop sucking it.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, girl, I don't have that kind of money. If I did, I wouldn't be here, probably. I don't know. All I get goes to living.
So how about Peter?
I work on commissions and fucking fixing. I've told you, man, I come to your charity center for the gigs and exposure because I can't afford real jobs. Okay? I don't have a few $100 to just throw away like that.
Victor,
we will build on this. We will make you of something.
But for now,
I
for the
promise
purpose of checking resources and whether or not, what is let's just say, besides stuff you need for rent, how much spare change that you would be able to spend on the mission would your character have in terms of resources? You know, what is your budget for a mission?
I wonder what. I mean, that's why he's kind of been trying to mooch off of people. Like, let's
I
show
know, but
wounds
you know, push comes to shove. Would you have 100 euros for things?
Probably. I think he would try and save that much because
I know
traveling
you don't
is
want to
expensive.
spend it, but in case you need to travel, you know, if you need to go somewhere by train, then you need to have it. If you're following, if you're following a vampire into the subway, you need to pay for a ticket. Then yeah, you need to have some money.
Yeah, he would probably. I would say probably 100, maybe 150 is something max that he would try and keep afloat, like
or mission emergency stuff.
Yeah, something like that.
Small amount. If a mission takes like a week, you just have that in case of. But you don't want to spend it. You know, it's the amount that you would be actually willing to spend on something like this.
Yeah, and then that's probably like I need to skimp on some other things to pay rent.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. It seems like if you have like one resource,
yes,
that is like you have like always money for rent, and you can always use like around $2,000 for some like really urgent stuff.
Wait, what, really? That's what it says?
Well, that is what ChatGPT says, and I believe him a bit at this point. But like you, it's a point. Like it makes sense. 2,000 for 1 point. 2 points most likely is like 10,000. What page?
1 point in resources is you live in a condo or apartment in a clean part of town. You have money for a few splurges, such as a computer or a nice car. Alternatively, you might live in squalor and support a member of Propul or able to afford a variety of weapons and gear.
So that makes sense that you can actually use a couple of thousand. It's not much, to be fair.
All right, let's go into that some other time. Let's say for now you just rolled a thing because we're wasting time on this.
Yeah.
Let's get back to this. All right. So
Marcus will just pay for that. Let's
you scrounge some cash together. You pay your contact. He will remotely insist that you do some things with the laptop, like, okay, set this up, take your phone, install this on it, hook this up to it.
Yeah, like some like team, whatever, like a remote, like operating stuff.
And then, now turn it on. He goes into a bootloader, he checks some stuff, and he starts rooting around the laptop. After a small, 20 minutes or so, he will go, look, I don't see anything in terms of outside connection. Nothing's happening right now. It looks like someone just put a whole bunch of shit on your desktop. Actually, no, never mind. He did that himself, apparently.
Yeah, well, that would probably seem like he did it. If he possessed the computer, it would look like the computer did it.
Well, I mean, that there's like it's a very advanced like adversary who most likely can do that. Yeah, and I will give the timestamp of when we saw the crow and when he was doing what he was doing.
Okay, well, the tech guy will say, look, I don't see anything suspicious like this. Look, if you're just being suspicious and you wanted to check, that's fine. But look, I owed you a little bit of a favor. I'll give you like half of the money back. But try not to call me for this if I need to not really look at something. Like, try to confirm at least if something's actually happening.
My friend, this is like we are absolutely sure that this was like a Pegasus level threat at this point. And we know the timestamp, and we know that something happened with the laptop.
Well, all I can see around that time is these files on your desktop. That's the only thing that happened. And they're all empty by the looks of it.
Is it possible that something happened to them, that they erased them?
Look like it. No, there's nothing. Let me check the disk. Nope. Just created these files.
What is your advice if this happens again?
I'm giving you a printout of the files. You tell me.
Yeah.
Give you a printout of just these files got created around that time, one by one.
Yeah. Also, I know that you think that this most likely is nothing, but if this actually is a thing, to get like actually like a image of what are the symptoms if this happens in the somewhere else, you can make big money with this.
Well, I'll try to make a backup of this. Hold on.
Yeah, zero threat, like zero vulnerability
Zero day threat.
noticed before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we actually, because we actually saw the guy who was doing stuff. This is not like a smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm checking it. Keep your pants on, Marcus.
Are these text files out on the like we're at least Victor's peering through? Are you on speakerphone, by the way? Do you have that call on speakerphone?
I imagine he's on speaker.
And
well,
these files are like out in the open for us.
He gave a little email like me, like here's the list of the thing, or a WhatsApp or something.
Yeah, but like I it's a contact. Like I trust him at least a bit. Like and you can glance over my shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, well, what is he saying? Like, do you show the list that it has been sent to you and share? Is that like visible?
Yeah, I basically like these were the ones that I touched like the files. So.
Dude, this is a message.
That's a message.
Read it. Help, trapped between here and there. He killed Samuel, still watching. Door is opening. Cold case in Mount Carmine. Daria lied.
The fuck is Samuel? Who's Daria? Carmine? I'm so confused.
Dude, just open Google Maps. Do we know Daria? Mount Carmine? Is that a place?
Mount Carmine is a place not too far from here.
Dude, he was calling for help. That thing is going around trying to find someone to solve his murder.
You might actually be correct.
Of course I am.
Saying like so that it doesn't go over the hacker.
Yeah. So someone is staking out something. I was worried that the door to whatever thing that in the house wasn't closed, but yeah, no. Someone was killed in Mount Carmine, and someone is still keeping watch. I don't know who Daria is, but
Oh goodness, time to go on another adventure.
Okay, I will thank my hacker for the help and say that I will keep his posted. That if we can get more of those like blueprints of the hack, and he might actually like use
you paid for it. I'll just do an analysis on. I'm telling you, nothing special happened here, but I'll take a look.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot. Like very very much appreciated. Have a good one.
And
Bye.
he hangs up.
Oh, this is my laptop. I'm footing half the bill, man. It ain't fair for you to pay for all of it.
Yeah, it's fine. Like that's my mobile bay, and like after he leaves, I put the virus scanner on.
Yeah. Either way, when you
and
do
delete
with that
SFR.
message, yes, and the text and whatnot, and exactly how you pursue this and the money, those are things we will work out next time. It is almost 10. No, never mind. It is 9:30. But still, so, unless there's anything in particular you want to finish up, I'm pretty sure we are past time.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
yep.
A fun session. I liked how you like a transition from the previous one to the next one, new one.
Yeah, me too. And I like that we little by little cobble together.
Or is it still the same one?
It's probably
Ooh.
it's all of them at the same time.
I mean, it's all one big adventure.
Yeah, we little by little cobble together these systems intricacies.
There's a lot. There's a lot of depth. There is so much fucking depth. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of adventure that I'm just going to be like that. So I am immediately taking liberties as the system wants. And where exactly we get off the train and go onto the other train, who can tell?
Yeah. And then one challenge is to like how much actually our device are collecting information, how much information is totally available for the law at this point. So it's a really difficult to be like a successful criminal at this age.
Yeah,
it's like you have to leave everything behind. To be fair, absolutely everything.
Yeah.
And even that is really like a suspicious.
Yeah.
Like a. So you keep all your device for your nephew or something like that. Like go to do normal stuff,
Hello,
and then go to do your
people
crime.
arriving in this town. You all have no phones on you, no cameras, no passports, no nothing. Fake IDs and one burner phone. Okay, yeah, you're not doing anything suspicious.
Yeah, you are in prison instantly. Like not for good.
And you're all heavily armed.
Victor isn't.
I have no arms. I think that ex-cons can't even have a license.
Don't let them know you're an ex-con.
Yeah, you can just go and buy from Walmart. Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
We all need guns. Where are we gonna get them? Next shot of Victor walking into Walmart, walking out with 5 shotguns. Why 5? Well, points to Peter. One of them's gonna blow up.
Which one of these makes me look sexy?
The tiny pump action. The big semi-automatic. The Spaz 10 full auto loader. And you get launched back by the recoil from it.
Let me try
That's
this.
gonna be
50
Victor
cal
in the gun
once.
shop. Yeah. That's gonna be Victor in the gun shop.
Let me try this 50 cal for a change. You don't have a shoulder anymore.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't so bad, and your arm's just gone.
I actually followed the legislation a bit years ago, and the funny thing is that in the Walmarts and hunting stores, they actually do a background check about you. But there's a loop. If you go for one of those a gun exhibitions that are not in any stores, they have no requirement of doing that, so you can just go there and buy with money. Yeah, so it's absolutely nuts.
To quote someone online, I'm gonna shoot up a Walmart! In Minecraft. But yeah, is there anything else for the session now? Otherwise, I believe we're done. Get this one uploaded to YouTube as well and whatnot.
Yeah. No, this was fun. And it is a new system, so
Yeah, we're all figuring
it's
it out.
okay to it's okay to puzzle it bit by bit.
And the nice part is we can
the
just
system
sort of
doesn't-
draw a line for ourselves and be like, this is the amount of understanding we want for it and no more.
Yeah,
Doesn't
or we
need
can just
extra.
go, oh wait, I read about this rule. This is how it should go, which kind of D&D was in the beginning as well.
Yeah.
Like when we started our campaign, I would, and I'm not joking, I would literally hug the player's handbook because it would be in my lap so that I could quickly go, oh no, wait, this is how this works, and this is how this works, and this is how this works.
In this,
That's
we
how you
are the
learn
rules,
it.
and the book is a guideline of that. Let's avoid this becoming the guidelines being in charge, and this is storytelling. That's why I let you guys just sort of do your thing when you have your own conversation, because that is way more content than me telling you, and now you need to pick a thing here. You have 5 choices in this room of 10 random items.
Yeah.
I mean, the GM is always, of course, part of the game. But as a GM, if the players just, role play amongst each other, I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm leading the game here. Just reading some other stuff or prepping some other thing, and just I
don't need to do anything.
You entertain yourselves.
I can't prep while I'm also role-playing Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to have
And
players.
if
just
you guys are
entertained.
capable of role-playing off each other and exploring a topic, then that means I have done a good job in creating intrigue and setting up some pieces,
Yep.
creating nervousness about what the cops are thinking.
Yeah, that was,
So far, I've been enjoying more about this than the D&D, even though that's fun as well.
I
It's a
can
different
notice because you've been a lot more engaged in this game than you were in D&D, which is fun. Because I want you to be more engaged as opposed to be the guy who mostly sits quiet until someone says your name. So
yeah,
welcome to the
actually,
game.
I did notice at some point that I'd been silent for a while now because you two were just like, you know, playing with each other, and I'm like, holy crap, Anders is not even here, so we actually have only 3 people, like players here, and like you two are bouncing
Yeah.
off each other. Nice.
I'm sorry, I made a mouthy character again who can't shut the fuck up.
Oh, don't worry, my character can open his mouth. He's just not any good at it.
The trick is to have, you know, strong points and weak points, and none of those should be my character never talks. Like, I
Yeah.
don't engage with anything that happens around us. Except
my
if something
character
needs
can-
punching.
My character can dodge. He cannot fight. I specifically made that constant decision. Is that he's the guy with some of the knowledge and the talking skills.
Yeah.
He does not fight.
It's there's something over there, that's a zombie, set it on fire and chop its head off. Okay, and then the guys do that.
Yeah, like I'm hiding behind the wall of 2 muscles and 2 muzzle guys, and just go. That's the weak point, guys. That's the weak point. Kick it in the nuts.
It has
Like,
one
you say-
giant glowing red eyeball with an arrow pointing to it.
Yeah.
And the guys are like, yeah, no shit.
No, but that's the trick thing. Don't hit that. Hit it from underneath.
And then the monster's like, no, don't tell them that you're supposed to. It turns back to you guys, no, you need to hit my eyeball, totally. Can't you see the arrow pointing to it?
Yeah.
Like you see Peter aiming with a rifle next to you, and it's like, shoot it in the head. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, but not in the eye. No, there's a smaller eye where its nose should be. Hit that one. The big eye just hits you back.
Well, something like that, except it's less stupid. Until I actually
Yes.
have to do it, and in which case it will probably still be stupid, but you know.
We'll be AMP world again. But
And that's just by virtue of me
Default.
being the DM and you guys being the players.
yeah,
P of
I don't
darkness.
mind that. Yeah.
I'm going to try to
Yeah.
keep things, you know, tense and serious when appropriate as much as possible.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try very much to keep things in the dark. So no creature names, no specifications of what something definitely can and can't do.
Yeah.
Abilities
like
can
that
all be used to
we've-
a degree.
Yeah.
A
I like that we're
recommendation.
playing in. Yep.
Han, a recommendation, like let's basically book time for each of our characters to have in some of the gaming sessions where we are going through the change, like the basically when do we awake as
Yes.
hunters, and like I think it's like fair to like have a booking so we can
Okay.
prepare a little bit of it.
Okay.
I already have like my own story written on the character sheet.
Okay.
But it's just like maybe 10 minutes per in the beginning of the session,
Yes.
and that will be very fun. Especially if there will be facts that actually could be shared, like our characters know each other. They might have opened up and tell about like what happened,
Yes.
and we would know it all. Yeah,
The
at this
story
point.
that you would tell in a car ride. And aside from the
Yeah,
fact
exactly. Yeah.
yeah, and then we role play through that segment a bit. Of course, you don't know everything that happened there when you tell me about it because we're going to RP it a little bit. But, you know, you prep it, you tell me what you think more or less happened, then you send that to me in a message, then I prep a little scenario based on that, and then that is the story their character tells the other characters when we go into depth around that. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sounds good.
I'll try to find time. Might not be next week that I have
Yes,
the
well,
time to actually.
one
something
player
on
at a
paper.
time, not everything at the same time. That would get tedious too.
I think I sent you a rough sketch of what happened, but
Yeah, I'll need to go over it again. We'll see that next time. It's now late, so.
Yeah, I can be the first. Like I already
fine.
like send like a small like a part of it, and you can of course like flavor it as you want.
Send me some stuff when you have it, and then we'll go into specifics when.
It is actually my
when it's next
character
week.
sheet already.
Oh well, remind me or something. I'll put a note
Yeah.
for myself, like
Yep.
reminder opening next time with Marcus.
Yeah,
Flashback.
I don't know what. Not sure how heroic you want to be, like it was
Flash.
right. Right now, just like
Sorry.
witnessing stuff and hiding, basically.
Yeah, sounds like a thing. Okay, if there is nothing else, I think we're done for now. And
yeah.
I mean, you don't have to leave the Discord, but I'm closing the stream. Good night for
Good night.
Yeah.
Oh wow, there's actually 3 people watching apparently right now. One of them is me.
And
Who
I
are
don't-
the
I don't
other
have it
two?
open.
I don't
No,
know.
that's me.
Not me.
God
me.
damn, who are you, number 2 people?
Where the fuck are these people?
We
Hope
shall
you enjoy
track
the
you
evening.
down.
Tell your friends.
One of them is the Wraith. Who's the other one?
God
Yes.
damn it.
Tell your friends.
We've gone for 4 hours 40 minutes. That is,
Ooh, that's pretty long.
yeah. All right, closing stream. Good night. Who's the
Yep.
streaming chat? Talk to you in Discord.
Good night.
Good night.